tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome in, everybody. Like, we normally obviously like let this tune go on until our favorite bit, so I'm gonna do that. From the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. How are we all doing, everyone? Welcome. Happy Monday, good afternoon, etc., etc. What's going on? We got so many people in the chat already. It's good to see all of you. Confera, welcome in. Zay Jugash Villain. Goblin Hugger. You good to see you. Ninny, Kit Carnage, Catgirl Steph, Crypto Juice, Ellie Simone, and Jamie Alice in the YouTube chat there. How's it all going? What you been up to? How was your weekend? We got the boy. The boy's right there. There he is. State of him there. Chilling out after his lunch. He's ready to do a revolution, as always. Yeah, so apologies about last week. I got a funny story about it, though, so hopefully you'll enjoy that. So I was on date night, sort of date day with my partner, and for that day, I had decided I was going to do one of these YouTube, sort of like, if you have these 4 ingredients in your house, you can make this dessert thing, right? I don't know if you've seen any of those going on or whatever, but let me just take a quick look and see if I can show you the one that I was going to do. So I think it's on my watch later playlist. Let's take a look here. I've also got some stuff on my watch later that I wanted to watch on stream as well, so let's take a look at this. Yeah, so it's this one. It's this channel called Cooking Haru. I'm going to show it you. I'm going to show you the video now. Hey, Rembimon, how are you doing? Welcome in. Right, okay, so this is the video. Chocolate pudding cake. Right? That's the... Where's the sound? Oh, there it is. Right. There you go. So, it just said dark chocolate, right? So this says 55% cocoa. So that's, to me, that's not really dark, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, to make it vegan, yeah, it would have to be like 85%, right? I like Cooking Haru. Well, I got some words. I got some words I need to have with Cooking Haru. It probably would have worked if I'd have used 55% cocoa, probably. And maybe if it was like cooking chocolate instead, I don't know. I think that's maybe where I fucked up, because I used 85% cocoa and it was just like ready to eat cocoa. So, you know, chocolate. So I imagine that's like a bit different. So anyway, get the chocolate. Yeah. 200 grams of it. I weighed it all out. I chopped it up. I chopped it up even finer than this shit, right? I chopped it up even finer than this. It was way better than this. Like this, you know, looks like Cooking Harry was doing like, you know, a really fine chop. But I was chopping it so fine, like it was ridiculously fine. Obviously, instead of cow's milk, I used oat milk, right? So I don't know if that's gonna have made a difference, right? Hey, Sophie, what's up? Good to see you. Right, so I did it all like this. I did everything right here. Right, just put in the 750ml of milk, right? And then put it on the stove. Weighing out the agar. I even got agar powder and everything. And the sugar, right? Put in 80 grams of sugar. I put in 7 grams of agar powder. And, right, dissolve and mix well. I definitely did that, 100%. 100% did that, yeah. Now, I think this might be where I messed up, actually, other than the other things that I think I messed up on, right? I did it all perfectly, apart from all the things that I didn't do perfectly. Boiling milk overflows easily from the pot, so stir quickly over a low heat. So I think based on this, it probably wanted to be like, you know, quite like a thick boil, like, you know, to make a load of bubbles and stuff in it. Now, I didn't do that. Maybe soy milk might have been better. I don't know. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Right, it says if you see steam and foam in the milk, turn it off. So I didn't let it get that hot at all. So maybe I did do it right. I don't know. Put in the chopped chocolate. I did this. Right. Now this bit here, it's obviously like the edit has obviously meant that like it looks like it happens really quickly. But this bit here took me about an hour, right? It took an hour, and it didn't even get as like the consistency to be like the same as it is here. So I have no idea, right? Melt the chocolate over a low heat. That's what I did. Absolutely. The consistency just wasn't like this at all. And it was just very like, yeah. So I left mine in the you know, in the fridge overnight to, you know, set. And yeah. So that's someone else saying soy milk might be better. Okay, all right. Okay. So maybe I'll try it again, and next time I'll use soy milk. Yeah, sucks to have a soy intolerance, but I'll go through it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I won't be eating too much of it. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Good to see you. And yeah, Sophie, we got live cat cam. I might have to turn on an actual light for me. There we go. Yeah, it was not like this at all for me. It was simply just water. It was just water. Let me show you. I'll show you because I got it in the fridge still. Just water. Don't know if you can see. Can't really see too well, but like, yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Actually, let me try on the Tom cam. That might work a little better. That's a bit dark, but there you go. There you go. Yeah, I just made chocolate milk. I made vegan chocolate milk, basically. So, good stuff all round. it's just chalky milk. Which is fine because, like, you know, I've drank a bit of it and it's like, it's okay. Coconut milk might be similar enough to soy. Yeah, but it'll taste like coconut, won't it? It'll have like that mad coconut taste. Hello, Root. How are you doing? Live from Connecticut, USA, where the sun is shining, but the future is dark. It's always darkest before the dawn, my friend. Don't lose hope. Welcome in. How you doing? Reminds me when I tried to make fudge and it just came out as chocolate syrup, but I still ate it all. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can use it for something else, can't you, if it's not exactly what you want. I've never actually made one of the recipes. I just watched the vids. Listen, like, based on my analysis that I've just done there, I think that it's probably quite likely that I just, like, got a lot of it wrong, and I should probably try again and do it correctly. Like, I'm gonna do a Google real quick. Let's just have a quick look here, right? What is there a difference in using cooking chocolate and eating chocolate in receipts? Right. The difference between cooking and normal chocolate depends largely on how much the chocolate is sweetened. Baking chocolate usually contains little or no sugar compared to ordinary eating chocolate. It has a higher percent of cocoa solids. Okay. Hey, Anabundance, how you doing? Reducing milk is slow going. They all have a no-go temperature. Yeah, it's really tough. Also, might have been a sugar thing. The soy milk or chocolate shouldn't have made that much of a difference. The agar should have worked still. Yeah, maybe I just did the agar bit wrong. Maybe I didn't mix the agar enough into the milk. Maybe that's what it was. I feel like I want to just try it again tonight. It was such a pain in the ass to melt all the you know, to melt all the chocolate into it. But anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. By the way, I got some shout outs to do. Please go follow Goblin Hugger. Gobs is an amazing streamer. Please go and show them some love. Who else do we got in the chat? And we got Just Johnny in the YouTube chat, and I'll give him a shout out in the Twitch chat because he does shout. He does, in fact, stream on Twitch. I don't know if he streams on YouTube as well, but you can go subscribe to him on YouTube. He's in the chat there. Prince, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello. Happy Monday. So I got a bit of an update on my Allianz thing. So basically, I got an email while I was streaming on the stream last week, literally in the middle of the stream. I got an email from someone in HR, and this was at 2 p.m., right? 2 p.m. So keep that number in mind, 2 p.m., saying, can you come to a meeting tomorrow? As you know, all of our employees are on a probation basis as to whether they actually get like an employment contract with us. And I did know that. So please can you come to a probation meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m., right? So they sent me that at 2 p.m. for a meeting to come to a meeting at 1 p.m. the next day. So that's less than 24 hours notice. Not only that, chat, but I started my employment with them on the 6th of June. Yeah? 6th of June 2024. Yeah, that's when I started my employment with them. I passed my probation with flying colours, I might add, right? On the 6th of December 2024. So they were chancing it, weren't they? They were chancing it. They were saying, well, let's see if we can catch him out and get him to admit that he didn't pass his probation because he's being naughty and horrible and sending emails to everyone telling people that we are, you know, involved in funding a genocide. So that's what they were trying, wasn't it? So I sent him an email the next day saying, it's concerning to me that you don't know that I passed my probation period. I did that on the 6th of December, so I included all the facts in there. And also because I've been through a lot of like employment law stuff because of having to be the chair at GMTU. You have to understand, like, we have staff, so we need to understand employment law, and also we need to go better than employment law in like, the stuff we do at GMTU, but I have the basic understanding of employment law in the UK thanks to all the sort of like, research that I've done. I've been on the ACAS website for hours and hours and hours last year, reading up on all this stuff to make sure that our staff handbook complies with employment law. I went to an employment law seminar and all this stuff, so I understand what's going on. And I know for a fact that you can't ask someone to attend a meeting less than 24 hours away, right? You just can't do that. You have to give enough time to come to a meeting, and that might even be 2 weeks. All these things, if they're recorded, they'll all be things that can be used at an employment tribunal, right? So if someone takes you to an employment tribunal as an employer and you've not given an appropriate amount of time and distance away from actually like, organizing a meeting, because obviously like the employee has to organize a trade union representative to come and sit with them to represent them and all this kind of stuff. So if you've not done that, it's inappropriate and it will be taken into consideration in a tribunal decision if the employee wants to take the employer to the tribunal decision. I didn't include that much detail with it. I just said I am also happy to attend any meetings that are appropriate to this situation. However, less than 24 hours notice is just not enough notice for a meeting, and I hope that in future you will adhere to the ACAS employment law guidelines. And that fucking basically made this person immediately, like within 5 minutes of me sending that email, I just saw like the calendar invite. It was just like, yeah, they've cancelled the calendar invite. And that's the last I've heard of them. So they might email me today. I don't know. I've not got a clue. But I am expecting an email from him today. I have had some advice from a trade union representative. I don't know if I spoke about it on stream the other day, but basically like I'm going to be speaking to all the people who signed my petition that I sent round. For those that don't know, because there were a couple of people who I think have not been in the stream for a long time. Well, I've not been streaming for a long time, but like, they're just coming back and maybe they don't know that like, this is why I've come back to streaming. But I found out that the company that I work for is basically investing in insuring in Elbit Systems, which is the biggest weapons manufacturer in the UK for Israel. And so I basically sent like a company-wide email saying like, please sign this petition to show to the bosses that we don't agree, we disagree with this. And also I sent an email to my boss saying I'm withdrawing my labor until such time can come that Allianz actually ends up basically doing the right thing and divesting from genocide basically. So I think that what is actually happening is I think that they're just like sending a lot of emails and having a lot of meetings and not really knowing what to do, because at the same time that all this is happening with me, Palestine Action are targeting Allianz all over Europe. So Allianz offices have been well, you can't call it sabotage really. I guess you could call it sabotage because it's preventing them from working and stuff. They've been targeted and they've had windows smashed, red paint all over the walls, and some graffiti and stuff saying like Elbit kills and like divest from Elbit, leave Elbit, all that stuff. So I think that they are just like shitting themselves and they don't know what to do, because they're like, oh, what if he goes to the media? Legacy media might not take it, but he could go to Middle East Eye or Mint Press or something and we could still get a bad reputation. They're insurance wonks, aren't they? And they're just going to be sat there and they're going to be going, they're going to be wonking it out and being like, what's the risk associated with this? What happens if we sack him? Like, what are we going to do? So it's like, I think that they are having like a lot of meetings about like what to do about this and like the effect that this is having on the business and etc. etc. So if I could get some of these people who signed this petition to join in on a collective grievance, that is also something that will be taken into consideration if I have to go to an employment tribunal with them. And also like they can't sack me for like, so-called anti-Semitism, because it's actually anti-Zionism, and anti-Zionism is currently a protected belief in the UK thanks to a precedent that was set by a university lecturer at the University of Oxford, I think. I can't remember, because he went to an employment tribunal because they dismissed him for basically talking about what was going on in occupied Palestine, and he won that tribunal, which now means that the actual like baseline is that anti-Zionism is a protected belief, so they can't get rid of me for that. So fingers crossed this is going to go well. I'm going to do this later, you know, basically go on Teams and speak to the people who signed my petition and ask them if they want to be part of a collective grievance to just say, yeah, you know, we the selected employees, you know, we basically disagree with Allianz, you know, investing in ensuring genocide. So, you know, that's our collective grievance. We demand that the directors basically divest. And then when that happens, I will be, I think, based on this advice that I've had, a bit more protected if it did come down to an employment tribunal. They might also just offer me like a settlement to like shut me up. But you better believe I'm not going to be signing any non-disclosure agreements. If they want to offer me a settlement, it has to be without an NDA. Because there's no way, if they want to pay me off, that I would sit there and just like not talk about it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I've already spoken about it, so it's a bit fucking late. Do you know? Like, I hope that sort of, you know, isn't legally bad or whatever. But you know, I guess you could argue that like I'm not going to the press about it. I'm talking about it on my own, you know, Twitch stream or whatever. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, so I'm not really making this video about it just yet, because obviously it's a bit concerning. If I was to make this video and put it on YouTube, then maybe they could argue like, oh, you know, he's spoken about it and these emails were like private and confidential and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know how much of that you can actually like say that you can like demand and stuff. Anyway, so there's the update. There's the update on my employment. So please, again, consider supporting me. You know, I've been on strike now for about like 2 weeks or something. Please consider supporting me. I'm not very hopeful that they're going to give me any more money. So please consider subbing off Twitch and also subscribing to my Patreon. I would much prefer Patreon subs to one-off donations, but it's entirely up to you. Let me see if the Patreon command works in YouTube. I don't know if it does. No, I've not. Oh, interesting. When you do the Patreon command, it does the... Wait, no, that can't be right. Hey, Mort, how you doing? Welcome in. It's better to have all the details beforehand anyways. Yeah, no, it definitely is. Definitely is. Let me just see if I can create this Patreon command in the YouTube chat real quick. I think I can do this. Commands. New command. Patreon. And then just give it the... Yeah. It's fine. I think that should work now. It takes so long for things to register. Yeah, there you go. It does work on YouTube now. Right, wicked. What have I got planned for the stream today? Don't know. Not really much. If anyone has any suggestions, that would be fine. As Andy did suggest to me, I'm a Coconut did suggest to me in the Discord that we watch this one burger video. He sent me a burger video, and I'm like, okay, maybe. We'll take a little look at that. Hey Emmy, how's it going? Welcome in. Birmingham burger video from Halal Munchies Reviews. And I'm down, but I think it'll just make everyone really hungry, so we should probably wait for a little bit before we check that out. What else was I going to take a look at? I've got some stuff, like I said, on my watch later that we can see, that we can discover. Oh, and also the alerts should be fixed, maybe. So yeah, hopefully, if people do donate, if people do follow, etc., we should actually hear and see the alerts now. So yeah. All right, okay, so there's a couple of different little bits and bobs that I wanted to check out. First of all, I think everyone should like put their cringe hazmat suits on, because it's bad. This is a bad one. We could definitely watch Positive Leftist News. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. But we're going to watch some bad stuff now. Do you watch Gary Stevenson? He's our age and a great communicator. What do you mean? What do you mean, our age? How old do you think I am? How old do you think the collective chat is? Gary Stevenson, I can check that out for sure. Yeah, we're gonna watch a little bit of cringe first. I've been wanting to watch this for a while, just to sort of like, you know, just do a bit of cringe analysis. We've got here. Let me line up positive leftist news just so I know that we've got that ready to go after this, because I think we're gonna need it. Positive leftist news. All right. It's definitely a diverse age range, because I think more you might be like the youngest person in the chat. Like you're like 19 or 20, right? 38 like me. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, you know, you just never know. You never know. I'm 35, so I'm closer to your age, Root. That's for sure. We got some young people in here. Fighter Jet! Demonstrating that the alerts simply do not work. That's just great, ain't it? That's just fucking great. Cool. Cool. Thank you so much for the 70 months, dude. Thank you so much for the 69 nice months. Yeah. I don't know what's going on here, man. I don't know why. Why did the alerts just like not work? 38.2, 37, 31. Yeah, we got like a real diverse amount of age. And it's good. That's a good thing. It's good that we have a lot of different people that are a lot of different ages here. Diversity is good in many, many ways. Johnny, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. I can't really see what that is. I think it's... Yo, what is that? 50 quid! Oh my god, Johnny, thank you so much for... the £50. Thank you so much for the £50 dono. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. And thank you so much for supporting the stream. Damn, dude. That's a lot of dough. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I can't encourage you to become a patron because you're already a patron. So there you go. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Right. All right. So let's take a little look here. Why the fuck did that not work? Properties. Control audio via OBS. I think maybe that's what it is. I think maybe that's the issue. If I like try this again. No, it's not working, is it? There is no sound coming out of any bit there whatsoever. Like, it's not coming through the generic sound. It's not coming through the... Oh, man. I don't know what's going on with these alerts. I'm so sorry, chat. I just genuinely don't know what to do about this. It's actually really stressful. We're just going to move on, and we're just going to watch this awful stuff, and then hopefully have some fun. Please don't let the lack of alerts put you off from giving me money, because you know, that would suck. They'll be back, I promise. Maybe wait until they've been fixed. That's an incentive for me to get them fixed. My first phone was a Nokia 2210. I'm that old. I feel like I don't know how old you were when you got your first phone, but like I wasn't allowed a phone until I was 14. And then when I was 14, I did get like a big sort of funny phone, but it was like I can't even remember what it was. It was like, I don't know, it had like the keyboard on either side of it. I couldn't even tell you what it was. It was pretty cool, but it was like a lot. It was like, just felt like a novelty phone. Anyway, here's Tom McDonald and Roseanne Barr with Daddy's Home. Yeah? Yeah?
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry.
It's the worst thing ever.
We laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. Thank God that we're back, couldn't take another 4 years. That's
You know this guy? So...
rap, I can take a bath in your tears. That's a fact, you got lipstick all on your beard. You're a man, that is cap, 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 cap. You pretending you're accepting, that's an act. You hear Pat.
It's just the worst bars I've ever heard in my entire life, man.
If you want our freedom, come and take it back. Bet you can. We want you mad. It's
Like, what freedom have they got now? You know, what freedom they're talking about is like the freedom to be transphobic, the freedom to be racist, the freedom to be like, you know, it's like all the horrible things that they have been doing, by the way. Like they have just been doing all that stuff. They already had all that stuff, right? You know what I mean? They're like, they don't live in this reality. This reality just does not exist for them. It's just a completely delusional reality.
so sad. We want you mad. You cry. We laugh. We wave a flag.
I mean, to be fair, this probably would like really upset some liberals, right? They're free to pay $12 for 6 eggs, yeah. It's that freedom to pay that excessive price on groceries, and like, you know, the tariffs that Trump has introduced are literally like gonna make things more difficult for the working person in the UK, right? In the US. And Roseanne is truly desperate to stay relevant. I know, it's like, is she gonna have a verse in this? I actually really hope that she has a verse in this. Because she's had her hair all done. You know. Oh, man, it's just so grim. It's the most gross thing ever. It makes me want to take up my bridge piercing. Don't let him make you feel like that. Yeah, it's Roseanne Barr. I know. No, the appropriation is so fucked. It's so bad. It's so bad.
They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab.
Yes. This is so good.
You cry. We laugh. We wave a flag.
They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab. Trying to take away my right to go and say this. Well, listen up, cause this run is going bad.
That's the worst thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life.
Why they trying to turn Becky into Dan? You get
All right, so just like really on record saying that she wants to kill trans people. All right, Roseanne.
Eminem.
All right, Roseanne.
Roseanne.
We want you mad.
Screw Eminem, I'm Roseanne. Is that what she said?
Eminem. Dan. You get Screw Eminem. I'm Roseanne.
It's the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life, dude. That is so fucked.
We want you mad. It's done. Too bad. Ooh, so sad.
What was that? What was that guy had on his fucking thing?
We want you mad. It's done.
Hangover gang.
Too bad.
This guy's got he's got like a bulletproof vest that says Hangover Gang. They keep talking about Trump as daddy, just being bratty subs, but only bratty to everyone but Trump. Yeah, literally, yeah. They would never be a brat to Trump because he just would not have any time for that. He doesn't strike me as that kind of what is this? I just want to Hangover Gang. Let me just see. Hangover Gang. What is that? Oh, that's like that's Tom McDonald's merch thing. Yeah, we can have a look at this in a minute.
Ooh, so sad. We want you mad. You cry. We laugh. We wave a flag. If you mad about it, go and cry about it. Shake
Oh no, Roseanne with the fucking
your head and wear a shirt that says you're woke. If you can't handle a lot of facts and make up lies,
literally a hate crime in video form. It's so bad.
say goodbye to Joe. Your daddy's coming home. We won.
Toddlers of the world, yeah.
Too bad.
A 70-year-old toddler.
Your daddy's home. We won. You mad. You cry. We laugh. We wait.
Old is Tom McDonald.
Now your daddy's home. We won. You mad. It's done. Too bad.
He's Canadian. He's 36. He's like a year older than me.
Ooh, so sad.
Who's that? Who's that? Is that Matt? Is that Matt Walsh?
It's done. Too bad. Boo-hoo. So sad.
Who is this? Who is this? Who's this guy? They won apparently, and yet they're the ones who still seem angry. Well, they will be, won't they? Because life will not change for the average US citizen, right? I mean, you know, maybe, I don't know how much money Tom McDonald or Roseanne Barr makes. It's probably not a lot, but like, I don't know. Hey, B-Rat. Weapons grade white people cringe. It's so bad. Video by Nova Rockefeller. Yeah, well, all of this is bad. Nah, it's not fucking Matt Walsh. Will Ben Shapiro be making an appearance? Yeah. I mean, I bet he wishes he was in that video, actually. Kitty Aurora says, I thought you got an actual job. Yeah, I did. And then I found out that they were complicit in genocide. So now I'm on strike. That's what's going on. Life will change. Cost of living will be rough with tariffs on everything. No, that was the whole thing. That was the whole thing. Yeah. Were there any lyrics? No, not really. Let's face it. Excuse me. Right. Okay. So this is Tom McDonald's like Hangover Gang brand shit. Like, this is his merch store, I guess. Freedom established January 20th, 2025. Oh, it's so... Daddy's home. How much is he charging for this? 25 quid? Is it a Brat Summer reference with the lime green car? They would love Charlie XCX to be like them. I mean, I don't know. It's arguable, like, obviously, like, I missed the entire, like, Charlie XCX sort of discourse because I wasn't streaming when that album came out. I kind of had a Brat Summer. I kind of enjoyed it, you know? I like the album. I think the album's really good. I obviously heard, like, she went on that podcast with Dasher or whatever, right? From What's It Face? She made that stupid fucking movie that's dog shit about, like, Jeffrey Epstein's apartment, and it's just so bad. It's, like, one of the worst films I've ever seen in my entire life. And, like, Dasher obviously has that, like, video of her, like, shooting someone in a keffiyeh, you know? I don't want to kink shame, but why are they making everyone else part of their daddy fetish? No, that is when you should kink shame, actually, I think. That is when you should do that. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke. Do they not swear? Did he not swear in that tune? The revolution. God, you wish, dude. Fucking hell. Oh my god. 8 album combo. 8 album combo. You couldn't get 165 pound for this, like, basic ass jacket that just has, like, Impact Funk nonsense. Are you joking? It's so bad. Autograph t-shirt. Mystery t-shirt. What do you mean mystery t-shirt? What does that even mean, man? You know, what's going on here? Make the holidays Christmas again. If you can read this, you're in range. It's just so cringe. Wait, hang on a minute. Whoa. This is that, like, Calvin thing. It's like Calvin and Hobbes. You know? When they're sleeping, I'm working. The man loves giving his life for capitalism. Yeah, it's just cringe. It's just cringe. Also, he seems to have, like, figured out that, like, some people call right-wingers hogs. Sort of like the Hassan crowd and shit. And he's like trying to reclaim it or something. All right. Got it. Hey KK, how you doing? It's good. I like the beat. If anyone gets this reference, gay. What? What are you talking about? Oh wait. It's time for a palate cleanser, chat. Let's forget all about that shit. January 2025. Here we go.
We apologize for interrupting your doom scrolling.
Hell yeah.
Now, for some positive leftist news.
You know it! You know it! I just know the people who wear his merch never shower. Yeah, it's real.
End of the episode for an
That's
exciting
real.
offer from Means TV, your #1 spot for worker-owned media.
Horror Vanguard. Overspray links. Oh, I know that smell.
The old world is dying. The new world is slow to appear, and in this chiaroscuro surge monsters.
Yep, real.
Antonio Gramsci. I would be lying to you if I said that I wasn't deeply, darkly afraid. And yet, doesn't the fire in the jack-o'-lantern's eye burn all the brighter when enrobed in this darkness?
Correct.
Dear viewer, I know that when I am feeling scared, I like to reach out for a warm hand to clasp tightly in mine. In that shared grasp, that embrace, I find the essential building block of all solidarity. After all, we are the specter that rattles the chains until they break. Let us rattle them together as we celebrate a few chilling tales.
It's a Housewives reference?
Positive leftist news.
What, Real Housewives? Okay. Got you. Links, cigarettes, and beer, yeah. Union wins, LGBTQ plus victories, anti-imperialism, let's fucking go. I love this sort of ancient countdown clock thing.
After 15 months of Palestinian resistance against Zionist genocide, a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel has been reached. Israel was not able to achieve any of its stated goals in Gaza with military force, those being the return of the prisoners and the total destruction of Hamas. In the end, the prisoners of war were only released by meeting Hamas's demand for a ceasefire.
Yep.
Israel's unofficial but abundantly clear goal to ethnically cleanse northern Gaza has also failed. Palestinians
More,
are now
I
turning
still
to
get links for
destroy
Christmas.
homes en masse to begin clearing the rubble and searching for loved ones. 2,000 Palestinian prisoners are set to be released in the first stage of the ceasefire.
ITV schools from the 70s, 80s, yeah, yeah.
Gaza while hiding with their families. Even analysts from within the genocidal Zionist state are calling this a victory for the resistance. Footage of very much alive and numerous Hamas fighters fully exposed Netanyahu's lies about having defeated the resistance to the Israeli public. With Israeli politicians openly calling to resume the genocide after the hostages are transferred, there's no telling what will happen after the first stage of the ceasefire. But, for now, Palestinians can breathe a sigh of relief as aid trucks flow into Gaza and the people can begin to rebuild. If Israel does not violate the ceasefire, the next stage in the Palestinian struggle, as stated by the
That's a bit late.
itself, is the struggle to rebuild and further economically isolate Israel.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the Zionist entity has already violated the ceasefire, so it kind of sucks. But you know, I appreciate the report anyway. Also, Look Around You. Well, Look Around You was a parody of that other stuff. You know what I mean? The parody of that other stuff, wasn't it? Love for Belfast, by the way. Free Gaza. Thanks so much, KK. Yeah, hell yeah. That's fucking right. Free Palestine.
Israel will no doubt do whatever it takes to slow down and block reconstruction efforts. Supporters of Palestinian liberation the world over must demand that Palestinians be allowed to rebuild their homes and lives, to make Gaza hospitable for human life again, for an end to Israel's economic blockade.
Cheap beauty hampers and
for
pop CDs.
decolonization.
Yeah.
Most importantly,
Gendered
Palestinians
prezzies.
could not be broken, and now believe that liberation is achievable. They withstood the combined might of the collective West, who backed Israel with arms, weapons, and propaganda.
Yeah, it's
Only to
huge.
stand tall and triumphant as a people. We must believe.
That's just reminded me. I want to watch another Electronic Intifada thing with you guys.
Without colonial domination. In a powerful display of international solidarity, 68% of members of the Swedish Dockworkers Union voted to block the handling of military shipments to and from Israel.
Chick-fil-A stepping
in where elected officials have failed to uphold human rights.
Also
a call to action for workers worldwide.
I've been learning Irish. That's something that I haven't told anyone. I've been learning Irish. Obviously, I watched Kneecap, and I was like, I'm going to learn Irish. I've been wanting to learn Irish for a long time. So there you go.
Has a long history of international solidarity.
Is Gaeilge or me?
Including being the first to refuse to handle cargo from Chile after the coup d'etat against Allende by
this rocks.
In the 1970s.
Hell yeah.
They were the first in Sweden to boycott South African cargo in solidarity with the anti-apartheid movement. Eric Helgeson, SDU's vice chair, said, "We're expecting a strong pushback from the Swedish government and other actors, but our experience tells us that if we hold the line, the backlash will pass."
Real.
Unions taking a stand to
That's the thing. This is the way in which actions always happen. It's like people are like, "Oh my god, I'm scared about doing an action because what if this?" It's like, well, okay, yeah, we have to think about what if that did happen, right? So, if you're doing a strike, if you're doing a trade union action that's a strike, what if they hire in agency workers? Yeah, well, they probably will. They'll probably try and hire scab workers. So let's find a way to address that. Let's find a way to use that as a stick to beat them with, essentially. Do you know what I mean? In some way. What do? Do we talk to the agency workers? Do we stand there and be like, you're a scab, you're doing the wrong thing? It's really easy, actually, to sort of convince agency workers that they're doing the wrong thing by being scabs, Tomago, mate, brilliant. I'm doing all right. I'm pretty sure I'm doing okay. I'm not great at Irish. I'm terrible at speaking it with other people. I'm trying to learn basically. I'm trying to get an Irish language version of The Wind That Shakes the Barley. Because I've wanted to watch that film for a long time, and I thought, well, it'd be great if I could actually get an Irish language version, an Irish speaking version, and have the English subtitles, so I can in my head be like, oh right, that's how you say that, etc., etc. And there's other Irish TV that I want to try and watch so that I can understand how conversation actually happens, and do it a lot better. But yeah.
Defend human rights that future generations will condemn. It's the indifference and profiteering from war that they will find impossible to justify. After a half-century of unjust incarceration, Leonard Peltier is finally going home.
Yeah, this one rocks.
He's one of the longest-held political prisoners in the United States.
Went to Irish summer schools. It's hard. It is hard. It's so, one of the things about Irish, when you've spoken English your entire life, is that you look at the language and you're like, fuck, you could just see how the colonizers' language English is basically designed to try and make it easier for people to speak that rather than to actually come across from speaking indigenous languages rather than sticking with them, because it's there's so many words that are quite similar. And I know that that's because English is an amalgamation of Celtic and French and various other kinds of Celtic and Irish and Gaelic and all that kind of stuff. And Latin as well, Italian and German. But it's just so obvious when you see the language. You're like, fucking hell, man. This is kind of why some of these words are these words, because it's easier for colonized peoples to be like, oh yeah, that's that word, right? That's why obviously English being an amalgamation of lots of different languages is as a result of different assimilations and colonizations and empires and imperialism across the years and stuff, but also on top of that, it does make it that easier language to fucking basically erase other languages in it. Do you know what I mean? It's just very fascinating when you start to learn Irish. You see it and you're like, oh, okay, sentences work completely differently. And it's the same as Welsh. If you look at Welsh, Welsh, it's so completely different. And we shouldn't lose that. We should hang on to that,
People, an Elder Dakota and Ojibwe member.
Yeah, so much history gone. It is heartbreaking, absolutely.
Represented
Serbian Weatherman, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Indigenous activists and allies viewed his imprisonment as collective punishment against generations of indigenous people who fought for liberation.
It's important to remember as well about the Leonard Peltier stuff. He was released from prison, but he's on house arrest still.
In homeland when he was just a child. President Biden granted executive clemency to Peltier in the last minutes of his presidency. However, Peltier was not pardoned, meaning he will fulfill the remainder of his life sentence in home confinement instead of full freedom.
Yeah.
This win is therefore not Biden's, who had otherwise let him languish behind bars just as Republicans have, but for the people of the Oglala Lakota Ayote and the indigenous grassroots movements that kept the fight for his liberation alive all of these years. The Red Nation podcast wrote in a statement, letting him return home after 5 decades of torture is not a win that Biden or his party get to claim.
No.
If they want to take any sort of responsibility, then let them be responsible for upholding the system that put and kept him there. All the credits for this victory goes to those warriors who voted with their feet, the ones whose spirits are not content living solely within a ballot box.
Yes!
Direct action through multiple administrations. This is our people's victory.
That's how you get shit.
The Ivory Coast.
That's how you get shit.
African nation to expel French troops by January 2025, joining a growing list of African nations rejecting France's military presence.
Based. Extremely based.
A dramatic shift for one of France's closest allies in the region and signals a growing backlash against its colonial era influence across West and Central Africa. From protests in the street to fiery political rhetoric, anti-French sentiment has reached unprecedented levels. Critics point to a legacy of colonial exploitation, post-independence meddling, and failed military interventions as reasons for the widespread anger. Over 200 French companies, including oil giant Total and
look at that rocks.
Orano,
Macron with a fucking
Africa, seen by many
cross through his face.
Continued resource extraction at the continent's expense. The move underscores a growing demand for
fuck France.
Determination.
Fuck France for real.
One observer noted, these decisions represent a collective reckoning with colonial legacy and a bold step toward independence.
In a landmark victory for tenant power, residents of 1616 President Street in Brooklyn secured $250,000 in waived rent after a 4-year rent strike against slumlord Jason Korn.
Yes!
The tenants, led by organizer Vincia Barber, demanded critical repairs to address black mold, infestations, and other unlivable conditions in their 24-unit complex. "We have to understand we are stronger together," said Barber.
I need to share this with GMTU.
The court ruling, issued in December 2024, cited rent-impairing violations during Korn's ownership from January 2020 to May 2020.
That's right, KK, yep, absolutely.
Korn, once named New York's worst landlord, oversaw thousands of building code violations across his properties. The victory is part of a growing wave of tenant organizing. Groups like the newly formed Tenant Union Federation or through rent strikes and collective action. "The rent is too damn high," said TUF co-founder Tara Ravir. "The question isn't whether tenants revolt, it's whether that revolt comes from desperation or power.
Yep.
We are organizing to ensure the latter."
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Barber sees hope in the movement. She said, "When you fight alone, the landlord eats you alive. Together, we win."
Oh, so good.
Congratulations to the organizers. In a move that reverses a controversial decision made during the final days of Donald Trump's presidency, the Biden administration is finally responding to sustained pressure from activists and is lifting Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism.
This is so bizarre because, like, I wonder how they're reporting on this because Donald Trump reversed this. Anyway, we'll see what they say.
Activists, along with Cuban officials, have long decried the designation as politically motivated, exacerbating the economic hardships faced by ordinary Cubans. Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez welcomed the announcement but emphasized that Cuba should never have been included on the list in the first place. He said, "The arbitrary and politically motivated designation has severely impacted..."
I'll chat about that a little bit after this video, Serbian Weatherman, if that's all right.
Migration.
But yeah.
The impact of the removal could
noted.
Be far-reaching. As Al Jazeera's Alan Fisher explained, "This action clears the way for Cuba to receive much-needed humanitarian aid without facing crippling U.S. sanctions. Moreover, It may provide a much
They might have recorded it
needed
before
boost to
Trump
Cuba's
reversed
energy
it, yeah.
sector, which has been in crisis since the imposition of the 2017 terror designation under Trump. While this move is an important step forward, Cuban officials and human rights advocates argue that it is not enough. As Rodriguez concluded, the real work begins by addressing the root cause of Cuba's economic and social struggles, issues exacerbated by decades of U.S. sanctions.
Yep.
In more good news for the Cuban energy sector, China has delivered 70 tons of power generator parts to Cuba, aiming to
This is just so good.
restore its grid and advance the country's energy transition. This donation
70
is part of China's
tons.
emergency aid and is expected to benefit over 53,000 Cuban households.
Just incredible
Cuba's
stuff.
energy crisis stems from the U.S. imposed sanctions and blockade that hinder fuel imports and equipment maintenance.
Like, this is just what will continue to happen. Like, I want to take like a little bit of a moment here to talk about like the managed decline of the empire, because it appears that that's what's going on, right? You know, Trump is like, well, Elon Musk as well is like slashing all this money and like raising all these massive tariffs and, you know, even to imperial core nations like Canada and the UK. And it's basically, it feels like it's managed decline, right? Managed decline meaning that like, you know, while it's very easy and liberals do it a lot, like they're just like, Trump is so stupid. What is he doing? He doesn't even know what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. No one can figure it out. Like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, it's not really like, it's not 4D chess, is it? You know what I mean? It's he's a businessman, isn't he? And what he's doing is he's cutting the bottom line to like maximize profit, right? That's what he's doing. So, and also, if you think about the amount of opposition that the US is facing, like worldwide at the moment, like, you know, Trump loves to, you know, talk a big game like, oh, I'm going to be tough on China, etc., etc. But really, if you do the analysis and you have all the data and you have all the intelligence, which the US does have, you know, China is a force to be reckoned with, right? Not just China, but now the BRICS coalition, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and loads of other nations as well. They're all uniting. They're doing third worldism against the imperial core. It's like, it's game over. It's game over time. Like, a lot of people have said this, like, a lot of the time. And, you know, while the US, you know, is continually, you know, imposing these sanctions on countries like Cuba, wanting to do all these, like, bizarre things, like, all over the world, like, just more and more nations that are uniting are going to step up to right the wrongs. And that's just going on with China here. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, you know, you can criticize China as much as you like. I don't care for states. I don't care for you know, authoritarianism, but you know, it is one of those situations where it's like, yeah, you know, you're just going to see these things just continue to happen, like where it's like, yeah, you know, we're seeing that like Cuba has this like horrific energy crisis, and it's because of the imperial core. Well, actually, that, you know, is something that we need to talk about because our coalition, you know, stands against that kind of a thing. So, you know, what should we do? Well, we got a load of this, you know, we got a load of this equipment knocking around. Let's just give it to fucking Cuba. Why not? You know, what's the USA going to do? Not a lot. As they've kind of demonstrated really in Russia and Ukraine, really. Like, that's kind of like the first sort of like, I guess, you know, the first kind of like indicator that the empire is certainly not what it used to be, in that like, oh, we're going to give all this like military aid to Ukraine and now we're just going to stop it, right? And now we're going to give all this military aid to Israel, and oh, look at that, the you know, the entire weight of the empire, the entire weight of the imperial core's military spending could not win against this enclave of resistance fighters. Oh well, right, looks like we fucked it, lads. You know, kind of feels like one of those situations that's going on. Doesn't make it easier for our comrades in the US. I'm not about to say like this is fine and it's all good, but like it appears that that's what's happening. It's like the imperial boomerang has now come back home, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And that's where people in the US are gonna have to, like, you know, basically organize to resist, essentially. You know what I mean?
Blackouts have been affecting over 40% of the population daily, crippling economic activity and livelihoods. China's partnership with Cuba extends beyond emergency aid. Collaborative initiatives include photovoltaic park construction to boost renewable energy, with Cuba aiming to generate 25% of its electricity from renewables within 5 years.
Oh yeah.
Sunlight is our most favorable resource, officials noted, emphasizing the shift away from fossil fuels.
Yeah, let's go. That rocks.
Solidarity between nations underscores the potential for South-South cooperation to successfully combat imperialist meddling.
That's it. South-South cooperation, third worldism. It's Maoism.
Economies to thrive. Australian bosses can now face up to 10 years in prison and fines of $1.6 million under new laws against deliberate wage theft that took effect on January 1st.
Whoa.
Liable companies could be fined up to $8.25 million. The move aims to address years of scandals involving major employers like Woolworths, Qantas, and 7-Eleven. Until now, companies and their directors could only be charged using civil laws, which don't come with the threat of jail time. Now Fair Work will be able to go after them using criminal laws too. Fair Work may initially focus on egregious cases like wage cashback schemes disproportionately targeting vulnerable migrant workers. Such schemes, infamously exposed during the 7-Eleven scandal, force employees to return portions of their pay. While we celebrate the move, it's important to understand that wage theft is inherent to the capitalist economic system. Workers are not paid the full value of their social labor, and wage stagnation since the 70s has helped facilitate...
Like, did I miss that? How are they defining deliberate wage theft? Like, how are they defining that, right?
Until now, companies and their directors could only be charged using civil laws, which don't come with the threat of jail time. Now Fair Work will be able
also, hi Frazo, welcome in.
Using criminal laws too.
And hello ASDQWE.
Initially focus on egregious cases like
if we're all doomed, then give up, man. Give up.
Wage cashback schemes disproportionately targeting...
What's the point in anything, man? Give up.
...vulnerable migrant workers. Such schemes, infamously exposed during the 7-Eleven scandal, force employees to return portions of their pay.
I think this is Tristan.
The move.
Take back history.
Understand that wage theft is inherent to the capitalist economic system. Workers are not paid the full value of their social labor, and wage stagnation since the 70s has helped facilitate soaring profits for the capitalist class, increasing inequity while making life increasingly difficult for all workers. But the bosses need us more than we need them. Down with all wage theft.
Yeah, real.
All power to the people.
100%.
Thousands of farmers gathered in Haryana on January 4th to demand the repeal of the National Policy Framework on Agricultural Marketing, which hands Indian agriculture to corporate giants and threatens small farmers' livelihood. The rally, led by Samyukta Kisan Morcha, also renewed demands for legally guaranteed minimum support price, accusing Prime Minister Modi of abandoning promises made in...
No, I'm not telling you to kill yourself. Right, look, you know, if you come into my chat and you say, we're all doomed, right? What do you want me to do with that, man? What do you want me to do with that? Like, my stream, my content is about inspiring people to do direct action, right? That's what it's all about. If you're new here and you didn't know that, fine. But here's the reality of it. If you really do truly believe that we are doomed, yeah, if you truly believe there's no hope, nothing good is going to happen, like, you know, well, then, like, you know, why are you here? Right? Why are you here? Yeah? Maybe I will. I mean, like, you know, now you're edging into, like, I'm going to have to ban you because, like, I can't be having, like, you saying shit like that in my chat. Sorry, like, you know, this isn't a place for you to, like, start talking about that shit. Right? If you're that commenter who has been like on my comments in my videos saying this stuff, like, I'm just gonna have to ban you for my content, right? I don't want to do that, but like, if you're gonna come in here and be like, I'm gonna kill myself, we're doomed, like, I just can't tolerate that stuff. You need to get help, and that help is not gonna be here, I'm afraid. Do you know what I mean? It's just like really unhelpful for everyone. It's unhelpful for you, it's unhelpful for me. So, you know, you get one last chance and that's it.
In 2020.
But again, you know, if you truly think that, like, you know, everything is hopeless and, you know, there's no way out, then why would you not still do everything that you can to make things at least a bit easier for people, like, until that happens, right? It's such a privileged position to sit here and be like, oh my God, everything is so bad, I'm just going to give up, right? That's a privileged position. There are people who don't have that choice. They just simply do not have that choice. They have to resist. They have to fight. Like, if you look at the way that, like, people in Gaza have resisted over the last 16 months against the entire weight of the Imperial Core, like, how can you look at that and be like, oh, yeah, man, like, this is just shit. Like, if you have your own mental stuff going on and, you know, you're suicidal, obviously that's completely different. There's nothing to do with that. I can't help you with that. But if you're genuinely talking about, like, political pessimism and sadness and fear, like, look at the people of Gaza. Look at the people of Gaza. They had so many opportunities to give up and surrender, and they didn't. And they won, right?
21. The NPFAM is recognized as a tool for global finance, backed by the World
In my opinion, it would be an insult to the people of Gaza to give up
Bank and IMF.
when we have so much privilege in the Imperial Core. Do you know what I mean?
Seize control of Indian agriculture. Farmers have stood firm against corporate encroachment before. From 2020 to 2021, they forced the Modi government to repeal 3 pro-corporate farm laws through sustained mass protests, including encircling Delhi for over a year. The farmers' movement remains a powerful challenge to the BJP's pro-corporate agenda, standing as a bulwark for millions of small producers and for food sovereignty in India. Leaders vowed to escalate protests, calling the fight bigger than the earlier victory against the 2020 farm laws. Joginder Singh...
Right, exactly, Treehead, Ginger Ale.
This battle is not just for MSP.
We're gonna need a lot more than just phone calls and emails.
To save Indian agriculture itself. 5,000 nurses and doctors began an open-ended strike on January 10th, picketing all 8 hospitals in Oregon. The action is the largest healthcare worker strike in state history and its first involving physicians. Workers are uniting in the fight for better staffing, wages, and benefits. While receiving support from the governor, the strike is ongoing. PLN will be following the strike as it develops. Solidarity with this historic strike. After dealing with ongoing issues around wages, work hours, and working
Swipe that line for the next doomer I get. I mean, look, it's literally, like, it is, for me, it is just such an insult, you know, and it's liberal shit. It's liberal shit. It's not revolutionary shit. Because when people say, you know, if it's a liberal, they're privileged, they're in the you know, the Imperial Core, somewhere like the USA, somewhere like the UK, somewhere like Germany or France, right? And they're sat there like, oh my God, everything's so bad. I just don't know what to do. We're just doomed. What's the point in doing anything? It's like, what you're doing is you're giving yourself an out. You're saying, I'm not ready to have these difficult conversations. I'm not ready to organize. I'm not ready to do any work. And it's just like, it's just proving the criticism of neoliberal society correct, because neoliberal society makes people comfortable so that they don't have to think about that stuff, and it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy whereby, you know, oh my God, I voted and things didn't work out right. Oh, fucking, who knew? Who knew? So, like, you know, if you voted and things didn't work out right, you know, what does that fucking tell you? Do you oh, I tried voting. Never mind. I tried voting, that didn't work. Oh, fuck it, we're fucked. Like, come on, man. There's something far more than that in this world, you know? You know? As a trans person, if I hear someone being a doomer, I'm like, oh, okay, so you'll let them do the shit that they plan to do to us. I'm not safe around you. Right, exactly. That's exactly it. Marginalized people, when they hear that shit, they're like, oh, you're a loser. You're a loser.
Graduate student workers at Clark University are unionizing with Teamsters Local 170. Students are united.
Right, if you feel hopeless, go live off the grid. Go live off grid, yeah.
Jobs. The removal of limits on hours students are able to work. And for
it's like a huge thing. It's like a huge thing. Like, people are like, you know, that's the lie that capitalism tells you, right? It says, right, become rich and you won't have to worry about all this stuff. Right, you just become rich and you won't have to worry about all this stuff. But, like, you know, when people become rich, what do? They, like, you know, buy a big house far away in the country, like, you know, away from society, like away from people, etc. And it's like, well, you know, what are you really doing there? You're like isolating yourself. You're just isolating yourself. You know, people say this stuff all the time, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and live off grid, like, you know, that's my dream. I'm gonna go build a house in the country and have like a, you know, a commune. And it's like, you're really just removing yourself from the struggle. You're really just like isolating yourself further and further, you know?
Campus jobs to be more accommodating towards those with student visas. Students with federal work-study jobs have struggled
Yeah,
with
you must
being
fight.
scheduled for enough hours to be paid the full amount offered to them through work-study.
If you don't fight, we'll definitely lose. But if you do fight, we just might win.
Groundskeeping assistant in facilities management Jack Keene said, "We see a union as the best path towards ensuring better working conditions and rights for us all and building solidarity among students.
Hell yeah.
Indeed,
This is it.
The union makes us strong." In a historic decision, Lithuania's constitutional court ruled that the country's 2009 gay propaganda law violates constitutional protections for families, children.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. Yeah.
The law, which banned materials promoting non-heteronormative families, had silenced LGBTQ+ voices and led to self-censorship. The case gained attention when author Naringa Dongvide Makate's Amber Heart.
The no limits on student hours sounds a bit close to the previous system of indefinite cheap student labor that replaced permanent labor that we fought against. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that one, yeah.
Featuring same-sex couples was banned. The European Court of Human Rights ruling emphasized that family is gender neutral and includes diverse relationships. It rejected the idea that shielding children from such information aids development, stating that it impedes their growth into mature, comprehensive personalities. The Lithuanian Gay League hailed the decision, noting the law's chilling effect on LGBTQ+ communities. Legal experts view the rule.
Hey, Agenda Witchery, how's it going? Welcome in.
LGBTQ+ rights in Eastern Europe. In a groundbreaking decision, the Montana Supreme Court has become the first state high court in the nation to uphold trans youth's access to gender-affirming care, rejecting the state's ban on such treatments. This historic ruling ensures that, no matter the outcome of future political shifts, gender-affirming care will remain protected in Montana. The case began.
If our idea of freedom is fewer people, our idea of freedom is wrong. Yeah.
Two medical providers filed a lawsuit after Montana passed a law banning gender-affirming care for trans youth, while allowing similar treatments for cisgender teens. The plaintiff argued that the law constituted illegal sex discrimination and violated parents' constitutional rights to make medical decisions for their children. The decision follows a September 2023 lower court injunction that blocked the law, highlighting its likely unconstitutionality and the serious...
Damn, it's so crazy that all these things happen during the Democrats' term, isn't it? Whoa. Just learning right now, everyone, that actually the Democrats did not do anything. Crazy.
Harm it would cause to trans.
In fact, things did indeed get worse under the Democrats for everybody.
Health.
Cool.
Barring access to gender-affirming care would negatively impact gender dysphoric minors, the judge said. The Montana Supreme Court's ruling cements trans medical care as a constitutional right within the state.
And you know, people had to fight for that. Like, if people didn't stand up and fight, it would have just stayed that way.
The state.
It wasn't the Democrats. It wasn't the Democrats that did anything.
First state Supreme Court to rule that trans medical care is protected, noted trans journalist Aaron Reed. Lambda legal counsel Kel Olson added, Montana's constitutional protections are stronger than federal ones. Transgender youth in Montana can sleep easier.
It's a good thing they've got Jon Stewart back telling him that Trump isn't a fascist. We'll be sorry if we cried. We'll be sorry we cried wolf when the real fascism rolls around. Yep.
Decision solidifying the constitutional right of residents to a clean environment and rejecting the state's push to prioritize fossil fuel interests.
Apes together strong. We're a bunch of shit-throwing apes. It's true.
Climate activists aged 7 to 23 who challenged the state's policy of approving fossil fuel permits without considering their impact on greenhouse gas emissions. This ruling is a victory not just for us, but for every young person whose future is threatened by climate change, said lead plaintiff Ricky Held. The court's decision follows a 2022 district court ruling that declared the state's permitting process unconstitutional for ignoring climate impacts. Rejecting the state's argument that Montana's fossil fuel emissions are too small.
I was only just doing a little exhale of air through my nose just then because like I saw this person's haircut.
Impacts.
Hang on, where is it?
The court's decision
I
follows
saw this person's haircut, and then I got reminded of Mark Zuckerberg's new podcaster haircut.
a 2022 district court ruling that declared the state's permitting process unconstitutional for ignoring climate impacts. Rejecting the state's argument that Montana's fossil fuel emissions are too small to matter on a global scale, the court delivered a powerful message. Greenhouse gas emissions from Montana's fossil fuel projects still contribute.
Oh, Sobi, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, appreciate that. Sorry again about the lack of alerts. Fucking sucks.
To climate change. Chief Justice Mike McGrath used a classic parental analogy in the majority opinion. If everyone else jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? Otherwise, the right to a clean and healthful environment is meaningless. The ruling forces Montana to carefully assess the environmental impact of all future fossil fuel permits, ensuring that the state upholds its constitutional responsibility to protect the
Every fashion choice of Zuck's feels like, how do I not look like a billionaire asshat while looking like a billionaire asshat? Yeah.
The courts to address climate change.
Where's that one with the chains?
Constitution offering rare
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg.
As young activists continue to fight for their futures, this ruling sets a
Did I show this picture last week?
In a win for conservation, Italy's Po Delta, a UNESCO-protected biosphere reserve, has been saved from the devastating impact of offshore gas drilling. Environmental groups scored a landmark victory in late 2024.
Or was that picture not real? Has he expunged it from Google?
Gas platform project, which threatened the already fragile delta. The Po Delta, an ecologic treasure home to over 350 bird species and 1,000 plant species, has long faced the dual threats of climate change and human activity. Sinking land, saltwater intrusion, and shifting weather patterns are already wreaking havoc, threatening its biodiversity, agriculture, and fishing communities. Adding offshore drilling to the mix would have exacerbated the risk of flooding and ecosystem collapse. The court confirmed the government's failure to assess the project's environmental impact violated both EU and Italian nature laws, blocking the company's permit. Client Earth lawyer Francesco Melletto said, approving this project sacrificed wildlife for oil and gas. It was a lesson in how not to
Chat, is this real?
And a clear breach of EU
Is this real?
laws. But this crucial win reverses that.
Sorry, I shouldn't be showing this stuff while positive leftist news is on. Is this real? Is that real? It looks really AI. Actually, no. This is like you can kind of see one of the links here is all like weird and messed up. It's fully AI. It doesn't make sense. There's loads of like weird shit going on that just doesn't make sense. It's definitely AI. Okay, never mind. Right. Why did Zuck have to ruin a T-Pain song? I get why he did the Cambridge Analytica stuff that's typical billionaire. Why did he ruin Get Low with his college bro? Just got his new guitar ass cover. Fucking hell. So bad. All right, cool. Really, really good stuff. Yeah. Love a bit of positive leftist news. That's cracking. Let's talk a little bit about what Serbian Weatherman was talking about, because I think it's a really good thing to talk about. So Serbian Weatherman saying it's been a pretty politically charged 3 months in my neck of the woods, largest protests in the history of the country. I've gone to as many as I can since I don't live in big cities, but the people actually feel united against the government, which makes me feel hopeful, which is nice. It's not been reported on basically at all by Western news outlets. The Guardian and BBC only started reporting on it like a few weeks ago when our Prime Minister resigned. Also, Madonna supports the protesters for some reason, but hey, go Queen. Yeah, no, it's really, really important. Like, this is another thing about, revolutionary action. It won't be televised, right? That's what the statement, the revolution won't be televised means. Because it's just like, all of these things that are happening all around the world. Like, there's various different revolutionary activities that, like, some of which we've just seen here on Positive Leftist News, like, ex-colonies in France, ex-colonies in Africa rejecting France, the colonial powers, the military telling them to get out, and also, just like the global South states, the imperial periphery states, coming together to basically reject imperialism. These are all like revolutionary acts, even though they may be like states that are doing them as well. So it's all really, really good stuff. But again, it doesn't get like the main headline news. The things that get the main headline news is nonsense, like fucking in the UK recently, like over the last couple of days, it's just been like, how do we stop AI from making child porn? Because like, previously there have been so many like reports done about AI creating child porn, literally going back as far as October 2023, right? Where the Internet Watch Foundation were raising these concerns to the UK government, and the UK government has done nothing about them until literally like, yesterday, when Keir Starmer signed through this like extra legislation, tough new laws to combat AI child sex abuse material. And it's like, yeah, you didn't, the IWF has been warning you about this for months, man. Why did you do it just after DeepSeek AI trashed all of your, investments into AI that you've done with public money? Why did you do it like that? Why did you do it just after DeepSeek AI ruined the stocks and shares of everybody involved in that kind of a, industry? Interesting. But yeah, anyway, I digress, I think a little bit, but good stuff. The protests in Serbia basically like happened because there was a collapse at a railway station. It's basically, awful neoliberal policy to like, cut corners in in construction and renovation of like various different like public services. It's completely like, it's just like bad mismanagement of public services by the neoliberal government. It's cool that the Prime Minister resigned. I didn't know that. And in fact, Red Planet did actually report on this a couple of weeks ago. So I'm proud to have actually been someone in the West who made that happen. Colleges have been in blockade for 3 months. Our lawyers have gone on a general indefinite strike today. That's amazing. That's great news. Wow. Indefinite general strike. That's like legit awesome stuff. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, it's really exciting. Really, really exciting. It's barely been covered in Slovenian news and we're in the same region. Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. They don't want people to know this stuff. They don't want to know that this kind of stuff is happening. All eyes on Serbia, everyone. And again, like all eyes on, various different African states as well that are like, doing this stuff, like Burkina Faso, and you've also got Niger. You've also got, I think it's Mali as well, are like kicking out the French. Like there's going to be really important stuff happening, in countries where, you aren't taught to sort of like look at what's going on in those countries. Like, when we're in the imperial core, it's always very insular. It's like, oh, what's going on with the Prime Minister in Britain? What's going on with France? What's going on in the USA? And it's like, there's so much stuff happening outside, of our countries that are like just really, really, good stuff, good positive things. Also, seen people from Croatia and Albania and the like saying, good on you, Serbian bros, keep trudging, which has also been lovely. Government protests have united the region more in 3 months than our politicians have in 30 years. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, and it's so important to have that, like, that regional support, 1,000%. When you have, like, and it's not, when we say regional, we don't mean like the people who are running the states surrounding it. It's like, the actual people that are in those places are actually supporting it, because it just goes to show you that what you're doing is correct. I'm gonna real quick go put my lunch on, take this opportunity to stretch your legs, etc. Please consider becoming a patron of mine. There are various different various different tiers with various different benefits. You can get like early access to my videos. You can get earlier access to scripts and all that kind of a stuff. Yeah, there's loads of really good options. And also please consider subbing off Twitch, because that does indeed mean that you can just give me money via Patreon, and that's all well and good. Okay, right, so there you go. That's that. I'm going to go and put my dinner on. I'll be back in a second. Stretch your legs, etc. Take your meds if you've not already. And I will see you in a bit. Hey, Matnology. Stream's over, I guess? No. Like I said, I was just putting on some food. What is your opinion on the actress from the movie Emilia Perez? On the one hand, it's great, the first transgender woman to get an Oscar, but at the same time, it said some really vile shit. I don't believe in the Oscars. I think the Academy's dog shit. That's my opinion. It doesn't mean jack shit. There are so many films that don't get awards at the Oscars that are just like incredible. It's an exercise in circle jerking. That's my opinion. I have no opinion on the actress from the movie Emilia Perez because I don't know who she is. I don't know anything about her. All I know is like, you know. All I know is that she said some racist shit in the past and, like, you know, has said that she feels bad about that, I guess. So, my opinion is, like, pretty much nothing, but also, like, neutral to bad. Neutral to bad opinion on that person. So, yeah. Oh, God, I fucking shit myself then. I thought that... I thought that my fucking protein shake lid was open. The awards are definitely paid for by film companies anyway, yeah. I want to watch I Saw the TV Glow at some point. Yeah, that looks pretty good, yeah. Definitely so many more deserving trans performances as well. Yeah, that's right, Ellie, yeah. Yeah. Let's stick on the Electronic Intifada report on the latest prisoner exchange. Latest hostage exchange. Because it's really important stuff. John Elmer talks a little bit about all of the imagery in that. God, I'm just remembering that fucking Tom McDonald rap with Roseanne Barr. Such a nightmare. Why do things like this exist? You know, in Blue Velvet, when like fucking Jeffrey turns around to Sandy. And he's like, why are the bad people? Why are there people like Frank in this world? It's just how I feel about it. Hey, Husker, how's it going? Just got through my morning meeting where my boss drains me of all my energy. Great. Good stuff. I Saw the TV Glow has parts in it that are very hard to watch and depressing, but it's a great movie. I'm all up for that. All up for depressing and hard to watch stuff. No, I'm not. Like, if it obviously it depends how hard it is to watch and what it is, but yeah. What are we doing? What do I got? Where am I going? Who am I doing? I gotta turn down the music. That's what I gotta do. All right, let's have a look and see what the Electronic Intifada is saying about the hostage exchange.
About who some of the Palestinian political prisoners are that are being released, including Zakaria Zubeidi.
Was he released today?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, he was pulled out of the first. He was supposed to be released in the first release, and they pulled him out. Zakaria Zubeidi is a leader from the Jenin camp. I worked in Jenin, and I worked around those fighters for many months and watched them in battle, and he is a significant leader. And then he was imprisoned in Jaboa prison, and he was part of the tunnel prisoner escape. A bunch of guys from Jenin. Mohammed Al-Arda was part
Who
of
was
that.
also released.
He was released
last week, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're getting their people back. That is what's happening in these prisoner exchanges. They're getting operations leader. The most significant operations leaders are being exiled. Some are being exiled to Gaza in this next upcoming rounds.
I heard a lot of people talk about that film,
Gaza, but many
Sophie,
of them are being
A Little
exiled
Life.
abroad, which is criminal.
Really sad.
Forced exile shouldn't be is against international law, for whatever international law is at this point in the war. But they shouldn't be being exiled, but they are. And Iyad Jaradat is also part of the tunnel, the prison tunnel. So Gilboa prison is just the prison that Jenin prisoners would go to. It was actually in the area.
Has it been made into a movie? Sorry, did I say watch? I meant read. Yeah, it is a book. Yeah.
Himself was killed in 1935. So there's lots of history. The soldiers that went out, the police at that time, they were called the Palestine Police, but they're soldiers, paramilitaries that went out. They left from Gilboa prison base to go and kill Izzadin al-Qassam and his band of fighters, which ultimately in 1935 led a few months later to the beginning of the Great Arab Revolt of 1936, which is what we should call the First Intifada. We call the First Intifada in 1987, but the Great Arab Revolt was a spectacular intifada of that time.
Hey Han, what's going on?
Prison is
good to see you.
And then these guys are
in the chat
because they used a spoon famously to dig out and get down into the plumbing area of the prison and then dig out and come out through a manhole. And there was a picture when they broke out of the prison. I think it was in 2021 they broke out. My timelines are weird.
September 21.
Yeah. And so there's a picture, an amazing picture. I don't know if tomorrow we'll have time, but I'm just throwing it right now. I didn't know we were going to talk about this, but there's a picture of Israeli Shabak officers looking down at the hole that they came out with. They're all circled around the hole, and they can't believe it that they came out of the hole. And these prisoners, Zakaria Zubaydi is a Fatah Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade prisoner. Mohammed Al-Arda, he is a Sarai al-Quds, and Jaradat is Sarai al-Quds. So it was this like joint operation, right? It's like the joint operations room functioning inside the prison as well. And they got out to see their families. They were ultimately rearrested. And when they were rearrested, Jaradat said, "Don't worry." He said to his guards in his prison, when he was in his trial, to his prison guards, he said, "Don't worry, Qassam's going to get me out." And they bagged him up and pushed him out of the room after he said that.
Damn.
And here we are today.
There it is.
They just can't believe it. So that is the spoon. It got famous. It got described as the spoon operation because
it's just like such a joke in it. It's like the entire military force of the Imperial Corps, and my man got out of prison using a spoon.
They used it's probably like more like a ladle. They used a ladle from their soup to do it, and they did it over the course of a number of years to dig through. And this is actually a success of the prisons. This is a success of the prison movements, because continual hunger strikes in the prisons got better conditions for Palestinians, security prisoners in these prisons. So ultimately what it has led to at this time is that the prisoners are actually—
Hey Georges, you go build that wall was countered with a spoon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Once you can have the prisoners in communal space, that's where you can talk resistance. That's when you can talk theory. That's when you can teach history. And that's when you can come up with plans like this. They can cover—
Reminds me of the clip of the NYPD cop looking through small bushes during the search for Luigi.
Area. Someone can be a lookout for the guard, and they can send a signal when the guard's coming, and the person with the spoon can stop digging. So this is a multi-layered success, this tunnel escape. And it's a success both of the Palestinian resistance, the hunger strikes inside the prisons, and the fact that the resistance on the outside of the prisons is always trying to free the people inside the prison. Yeah, there's another one of them. Look at, he's just stroking his beard like, how did this happen? And it's remarkable. And the fighters,
it's so good.
Were fighters once they got out too. They evaded capture through the hills, just like Izzedine al-Qassam did, the very same hills, evaded capture and made it back to the Jenin refugee camp. And the last 3 of them were captured in the Jenin refugee camp, where they went to see their families. Remarkable story. So they're being
sure as a whole.
Zakaria Zubeidi is a hero from the 2002 Battle of Jenin.
Ponder whole.
And so I think
I'm always pondering whole.
Show, what we'll do is
it's true.
We'll itemize and tell everybody who the prisoners that are being released are. I haven't really had a chance to do that because there's been so much else to cover. But we should give attention to who was released, because giving attention.
Pondering if the hole is made for me. Correct.
Would have gotten
wondering if the hole is in Amigara fault.
That's right.
We know the impact that he has made.
Well, that was extraordinary, John. A truly extraordinary report. One thing I'll say about my time, again, not to compare it with Gilboa prison, but
so just to give people a bit of an update. So Ali Abunimah was detained when he went to Switzerland recently. So basically went to Switzerland to do a talk. I can't remember. I think it was just like a talk. I think he was going to be on a panel discussion about Palestinian resistance. And as soon as he got off the plane, or like when he was on the way to his hotel, a Secret Service car literally blocked off the taxi, took him out of the taxi. He was detained without reason, without charge for, an unknown amount of hours. I think it was like 3 days or something. And then they just deported him back to, I think it was the UK or the US, just like, see you in a bit, bro.
The Swiss prison guards were very careful about getting
just because he's on the electronic intifada and talks about Palestinian resistance.
Plastic spoons back with the meal trays. You couldn't keep the spoons.
Yeah.
But I don't
Plastic
think you could
spoons.
have dug plastic spoons, and I don't think you could have dug out of there with them either. But they said,
I don't think we can tell you on air with YouTube community guidelines what you can do with the spoons.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but they say we do need the spoon.
Yeah, it's remarkable. The Gilboa prison break is just, there's so many layers to it. The history, the fact that it's a product of prison resistance itself. In North America, in other places in the world, prison is a place where you send someone to send them away from the political movement. It's the way to isolate them. In Palestine, it's the pillar of the movement. And on the inside is all the people who are prepared to return to struggle. So the onus is on people on the outside. And that's why Yahya Sinwar said that all the time. The onus on the people on the outside to get the people on the inside free. That is an obligation of the Palestinian national movement. And this is the success of October 7th that we're seeing. And it's only just beginning. We're only at the 3rd release of the civilian and women soldiers. There is a second phase of this deal where there are presumably many higher, at least, ranking soldiers, Israeli soldiers, who will require a toll that, according to Qassam, is going to empty the prisons. That was the goal of the October 7th operation, was to empty the prisons. At this point, we're doing 50-1 life sentences and long sentences for each soldier. But I think you can expect it will be higher for the male soldiers and the commanders of those bases that were overrun.
God, it's gone so cold.
That's in the second and third phases of the ceasefire deal, which will only happen if Israel continues to abide by the terms. Of course, there's always this, as you called it, during the Lebanon ceasefire, the uneven ceasefire, right? Like Israel still gets to snipe and kill Palestinians. I mean, just in the past week, there's something like 80 Palestinians, I think, have been killed in Gaza after the ceasefire. But you know, the second and third phases still have yet to happen.
Yeah, so I was just pulling out the timeline. The negotiations for phase 2 begin February 3rd, so they should begin next week, and that will be a significant negotiation.
And it will be one that Israel tries to sabotage and draw out. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I remain hopeful that it will go as planned, because we continue to see, despite these very bizarre statements from Donald Trump about moving Palestinians out of Gaza. And I can't remember if had he already made those statements on Tuesday. I think we talked about them.
Yeah.
That people are not going to be leaving Gaza after they've survived this genocide. They've returned to the North victorious. They're not going to voluntarily leave to Jordan or Egypt. And who's going to force them if everything Israel didn't force them? But I think that despite those rather erratic statements from Donald Trump, we're still seeing Steve Witkoff, his envoy, basically acting as an enforcer of this deal. And I think the big picture remains that, in a sense, Israel has lost its deterrent against Gaza, because the thing it held over Gaza was this idea that I think everyone believed at some level that if Israel wanted to put in the effort to topple Hamas and take over Gaza, they could, even if it would be very, very costly. That's, of course, at the very beginning, John was saying and others were saying that they're not going to succeed. I get that. But at the same time, nobody knew for sure at that point. Nobody knew for sure.
So I don't think this is the video where they talk about the messaging on the Hamas sort of prisoner exchange press release thing. Let me see if I can find that video, because it was really good. Let's have a little look here. Oh, this is something from the other week. January the 31st. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is pretty good. For the first time ever, footage revealed by Al-Qassam from inside the command room of its military council, which supervised the planning of Al-Aqsa flood.
تمكنا من الحصول على لقطات حصرية تكشف عنها القسام للمرة الأولى من داخل غرفة قيادة مجلسها العسكري الذي أشرف على التخطيط لطوفان الأقصى.
كما أنت هنا مزروع أنا ولي في هذه الأرض آلاف البذور ومهما حاول الطغاة قلعنا
Oh, so based. Holy shit, dude.
في أرضي الحبيبة الكثيرة العطاء ومثله عطاؤنا يواصل الطريق لا يخطي المسير.
هذا محمد الضيف.
There's like something fucking spiritual about that. Do you know what I mean? That connection that they have to the land is just so strong, like no one can take it away from them. Like
بالشهيد عز الدين القسام توثق هذه اللقطات الحصرية النادرة للرجل والتي تكشف عنها القسام للمرة الأولى وقوف الضيف داخل غرفة القيادة العسكرية لوضع اللمسات الأخيرة على تفاصيل تنفيذ العملية قبل أيام من انطلاقها.
ممكن نتقدم.
We can advance as a kind of initiative so that we could change the course of history and have this precedence in this period of time and realize a day of God's days in which the flags will be raised. And they did. They did. And it very well may have changed the course of history. Very well may have done. Cool. Cool shit. I'm trying to look for this. Where was it? Report on the defeat of the ISIS in Netzarim corridor. Return the Palestinians to the north.
Or proposal.
Yahya Sinwar. 3 captures in Khan Yunis. Where is the... How Palestinians struck painful blows at Israeli army in the final battles. Israel retreats from the Netzarim corridor as the prisoners are exchanged in Gaza. All the details of today's demonstrations.
The Gaza division crest is there on.
Here we go.
By Qassam, that was very, very directly aimed at the Israelis. Most people don't notice these kind of very.
Let's go back here.
And as I said, this is the second exchange today.
Everyone hear it okay?
The third exchange is happening for an additional soldier, a civilian, and an elderly civilian that's in the humanitarian part of this exchange. These people could have all been exchanged in November during the prisoner exchange in November 20.
Turn it up a wee bit. Yeah.
Israel refused to give Qassam a couple extra days to find these captives that they weren't holding, which is what you're seeing here, and why it took this time for them to be in the second release. If we look at number 3, this was quite a propaganda effort by Qassam that was very, very directly aimed at the Israelis. Most people don't notice these kind of little details that we've got here on the stage. We're looking at the stage, but the Israelis noticed, and they were very upset with the symbols of defeat of their military after 16 months of this war, after the embarrassment, the humiliation.
Is that better, Frazo, by the way? I did turn it up a bit.
Their military on October 7th, and the sense of pride they had in their military. We're looking at the banners here. The banners say Al-Aqsa flood is a revolution against Zionist injustice.
Hell yeah.
Gaza is the graveyard for criminal Zionists. That's what it says above the stage there. It says victory of the oppressed versus Nazi Zionism. And it says Palestinian freedom fighters will be victorious. Now,
so based
there, you see in Hebrew, it says Zionism will be defeated over the logos of the key military and intelligence units that have fought in the Gaza Strip. So you can see that being directly a message to the Israelis. And then underneath at the far bottom, you can see the faces, and that's the faces of the military leadership. The IDF,
he's on about down here.
The units that the Qassam brigades have on there are military intelligence, the Amman unit, that's the unit that failed on October 7th, and the Homeland Command, which also failed on October 7th. The 162nd Division is the other logo you see there. That's the division that fought in Gaza for the entire war. Also, the Gaza Division crest is there. The IDF Gaza Division was dismantled on October 7th.
They've all got quite Attack on Titan coded sort of designs, right? Just a lot of these are just really looking like Attack on Titan,
as well as the Armored Corps. And for people who have been watching,
and I know that Attack on Titan is extremely bad, and the guy who made it is a fascist and stuff. But I think that's what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that the comparisons between an anime made by a fascist and an actual fascist occupation,
the resistance report segments for 15 months is the Armored Corps.
Attack on Python.
Taken the beating from
that's right.
The resistance. So very direct, very pointed. Each one of those logos are significant choices. They're not just picked from the wiki page or whatever. These are very pointedly directed at the Israeli audience. The military and political figures are many of the people that you would know: Netanyahu, the Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi, Southern Command Chief Yaron Finkelman, Herzi Halevi has resigned because of the failure of October 7th. He will leave his position.
Sorry about the
in
subs. I
March.
can't move the subs on Twitter video.
Also, the Southern Command Chief, he has also resigned. If we look at the next slide, you'll see the Qassam fighters with their boots on the heads of the defeated leaders. And you could see the red over it, the red over each of the faces of the leadership says failed. You failed in your mission, which is what this video shows. What all the
anyone who reads, how's it doing? How's it doing? How's it going?
This one was a particular shot in the gut for the Israelis. The weapons being held there are Tavor bullpup rifles used by Israeli special forces units, which Qassam captured on October the 7th, and on each side of the stage there was fighters holding those captured Israeli weapons. These are
it's so good. It's like it's such an insult to the Zionist entity. It's like it's fucking perfect. You know what I mean?
Weapons made by the Israel.
Like, bro, we have your weapons. You know, we caught your guys. We've successfully defended Gaza. You know, the victory of the people versus the Nazi Zionism. Like, it's just so good. Like,
so everyone in Israel knows this rifle. Channel 12 was very upset about this, said Hamas cleverly planned the handover, showing off Tavor rifles as war booty and including fighters from elites units at the scene that were reminiscent of the October defeat for the Israelis. The Tavor weapon, I showed you this before because in the
I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty positive.
A tunnel operation where Palestinian fighters came up from a tunnel across the border and attacked the base. One of the soldiers at that base had his Tavor bullpup rifle literally pulled from his hands during that operation, and that rifle went back to Gaza and was used in multiple places. We're going to talk more about.
Like, could you imagine the sheer propaganda in, like, you know, the money spent for Hasbara by the, you know, the state of Israel, the Zionist entity, like to try and tell its citizens, you know, the occupying settlers, our army is the best in the world and we can do anything and we're so strong and blah, 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 you know, we're simultaneously strong and super weak in various different areas and constantly threatened by our enemies. You know, it's the Starship Troopers nonsense propaganda, right? The complete, like, what do you call it? The duality of, like, yeah, we're simultaneously, like, under threat but also the strongest in the entire world. And it's like, bro, like, the people that you have been calling, like, human animals came up to one of your guys, not just a guy, like, these are Israeli special forces weapons, and took it out of his hands. Yeah, saying things like the Taliban are providing Hamas's weapons, and it's like, nah, bro, they're just taking them out of the IOF's hands, bro. Like, they're just walking up to soldiers and going, yoink. It's great. It's great.
Later in the program and also next show, but
brilliant.
Izzadin al-Haddad, who's the top Qassam commander, he had one of the Tavors beside him in the interview on Al Jazeera. So these are very potent weapons that are potently symbolic weapons of the capture and defeat. So there's one more of those shot from the other side of the screen. Number 7, yeah. It was difficult to get both of the shots in because the women are on the stage in the middle, and we're gonna not show them, as said. So that is the prisoner exchange. That is exchange 2 of the exchange. Exchange 3 is happening right now while we're on air. And then each Saturday over the next 4 weeks, there will be additional releases staged. This was the only one that will be on a Thursday. The other ones will be are planned to be on Saturday for each of the next weeks. And then the final week will be 14 released. And so that is into March when that will.
Inshallah, the oppressed hostages will be released without any kind of delay. I'm going to stick the rest of this on. We might as well watch the rest of this anyway because we're halfway through it. But I'm just going to go and sort out my dinner and start eating it. So I'll be back in a tick.
And remember, we were talking about flooding tunnels and putting gas into tunnels and all sorts of things because nobody was quite sure what the Israelis could do or what the resistance could withstand. Now we're sure they can't do it. And the show of military force and discipline that the resistance is still able to put on is clear. So Israel doesn't really have a deterrent anymore against Gaza. They don't have... The leverage they have is the leverage they've always had, which is to try to block aid, to try to make the population suffer. But there too, the population have withstood the absolute worst that human beings can do to one another. They're still suffering from it. We shouldn't think this is over by any stretch. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying that Israel is not... I think it was John who said this. You don't dismantle the Netzarim corridor if you're planning to just restart the war.
Right.
And so I'm still hopeful that this is going to keep unfolding. And Donald Trump has invited Netanyahu to the White House next week, I think, to discuss peace in the region or whatever. But that could just as well, maybe this is me being optimistic, that could just
What did he say about the Netzarim corridor?
Netanyahu to tell him, look, not... I think it was John who said this. You don't dismantle the Netzarim corridor if you're planning to just restart the war.
Right.
And so I'm still hopeful that this is going to keep unfolding.
Interesting.
And Donald Trump has invited Netanyahu to the White House next week, I think, to discuss peace in the region or whatever. But that could just as well, maybe this is me being optimistic, that could just as well be him summoning Netanyahu to tell him, look, don't mess this up.
Yeah.
You do what I say. And if you want us to, there's, in a sense, and again, people can tell me if I'm being way too optimistic here, but it's sort of a reverse Biden because... Or this is a hypothesis. I'll say this is a hypothesis. With the Biden administration, you had fake criticism of Israel. Oh, they should be more careful about bombing civilians, and we're going to delay the 2,000-pound bombs for 5 minutes, and we really care about getting humanitarian aid in. We're going to surge humanitarian aid in, which they never did. So there was fake criticism and fake sympathy for fake criticism for Israel sometimes and fake sympathy for Palestinians, while behind the scenes it was carte blanche, do what you want, go as hard as you want, kill as many babies as you want, bomb as many hospitals as you want. Whereas with Trump, it's unconditional public love and a little bit more, some quite firm enforcement behind the scenes. That's a hypothesis. I'd like to hear if anyone thinks that holds water. Maybe it's just me being optimistic.
Well,
but the basis of it and the bottom line is it's because the resistance won on the ground.
Yeah.
And the way that these phases of the deal overlap, and the reason why it's a super complicated agreement is because Israel reneges on all of their points of the agreement. And Qassam and Sinwar said it most clearly, that the siege, the blockade of the last generation, that is warfare. And the goal is to end the war. And so the siege has to be lifted as part of phase 3 of this deal. And phase 3 ties into phase 2 in order to make it so that they're guarantees, because everybody who watches this conflict can imagine that Israel's just trying to get back its soldiers, and the day they get back their soldiers, then they go back and do whatever they want. And that is why each part of this agreement is overlapping with the other, and it weaves together as an effort to get guarantees that these things will happen. So if Israel wants to get back its soldiers, it has to operate in a way that it has not operated before, or they're not going to get their soldiers back. And so if this is something that Israel believes that it has to happen, that they need to get their soldiers back, then they're going to need to go phase 2 and phase 3 are linked together, and they have a way to get their soldiers back, and that way is to end the siege, and that will be a historic moment for Palestinians.
Go back, Sophie.
Again, we're trying not to get ahead of ourselves.
Right.
There was a point where we were trying to not get ahead of ourselves to say there's significant cadre who are about to come out of prison, and we said we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We don't want to be wishful thinking, but they're already talking about senior leadership. Ahmed Sahadat from the PFLP, Marwan Barghouthi's name has continually come up in phase 2. The numbers themselves
Continually come up, he said. Whoa.
For each soldier.
Whoa.
How many soldiers are there? They've already, in the first part of the deal, talking about getting half of the life sentences out before the actual captured soldiers are exchanged. And the rate for the captured soldiers is going to be high. Remember the Gilad Shalit exchange in 2011 that took 5 years to negotiate after the Palestinian resistance tunneled under the wall and came up and captured a tank gunner whose name everybody knows. It was 1,027 prisoners for a single soldier. So the goal is to empty the prisons. And if they don't empty the prisons, then they're setting themselves up for another October 7th, because the guarantee is that they will free the prisoners. That is the oath of these people as prisoners. That is the oath of Sinwar, who spent from 1988 to 2011 in prison. The oath is that you don't leave them behind. And that should be the oath of the military as well, leave no man behind. But Israel's in the process of
is shoot them in the back.
Yeah.
They love to do that.
Down, bomb them from the air.
They love to do that.
Them, bomb them before they even get to Gaza. Then once they're in Gaza, bomb them. Then once they try to come out and find you and surrender, like in Shujaiya, you hunt them down and kill them.
Maybe it's leave no man behind in another sense of the word, in a sort of mafioso sense, as in if you
leave no man alive.
Yeah,
leave no man alive. But also, there's a political dynamic within Israel with this, because with these scenes that we're seeing week after week of the releases, including today, and many of us will have watched the releases that happened today, which I'm sure we'll discuss in next week's program. But the imagery was incredible. They released one Israeli soldier at the ruins of the home of Yahya Sinwar, and again, the imagery, they had the captured Israeli weapons everywhere, and all of that, and just an incredible show of force. But at the same time, Israelis are seeing scenes of happiness, of Israeli families being united with their loved ones that they didn't see for 15 months, except on those very exceptional occasions, and during that first 8-day truce back in November of 2023. And I don't, so that there's a dynamic within Israeli society, I think, or I hope, that's being created where the society is not going to want to go back to war, even if Netanyahu and a few in the leadership want to, for whatever reason, whether for their own personal reasons or political reasons, that train, in a sense, has left the station. At least that may be what the resistance is hoping, that there is such a momentum to this, that the Israeli society that's already shattered, already exhausted, already feels defeated, already went from, if we think back at the beginning, we had it taken down from our YouTube channel, so we can't show it, but they had that song, of that genocidal children's song. Remember that
Jesus
video
God, yeah.
That within a year we're going to eliminate Gaza and kill everyone, and build our houses, and it will all be rainbows and sunshine for us, and they will be crying, and none of that happened. And so they went from.
You know what? That's That's huge justice, right? That we all had to see that like disgusting, horrible, like Hitler Youth style, Zionist Youth, disgusting song, and all the things that they wished for did not happen. Like thank God, you know, thank God.
That sort of genocidal, vengeful euphoria to feeling defeated and feeling defeated for good reason. So,
and the song that the soldiers were singing about how there's no
dynamic that
no innocent civilians, yeah,
towards advancing the Palestinian people to liberation. That this is not a status quo thing. This was
the culture is so fucked. Well, that's the thing, like, because you know the word culture, right? Culture is something that is built from people who come together and decide, like, this is what we are about as a people, right? And the culture that comes from colonialism and, you know, settler colonialism and Zionism, it can only be fucked, can't it? It can only be fucked. Like, if you could also argue that, like, white supremacist USA culture is fucked in the same way, right? Because that is the culture of the USA is like something that can only come from an imperialist country on stolen colonized land, built by slaves, right? You know what I mean? Like, and obviously, like, the people who were slaves are just not included in that culture. Like, you know, it's one of those things, right? It's like you just, and the colonized people are definitely not included in the culture whatsoever. Like when it's something that people have built themselves, and it can only be informed. It's not natural. It's not nice. It's not good because, you know, culture, if it's informed from the top, i.e. the Zionist idea, like the Zionist ideology, it's always going to be so fucked up. Same with imperialist stuff in, you know, and even in the UK, it's like you talk about like UK culture, like, oh yes, sit down, have a cup of tea, stiff up a lip, like blah, blah, blah. That's all nonsense that comes from, like, you know, the warmongers in fucking Parliament in Westminster. Like it's just something that is not, it's not natural, it's not good, it's not normal, it's not productive, it doesn't help people, it's just gross, fucked, bizarre. It feels like a real, like, I don't know, you know, like when people like reactionaries love to say that like queerness is unnatural, but like, you know, the actual, like, the opposition to queerness is unnatural, and like, you know, these kinds of like built cultures on built upon settler colonial states, they are completely unnatural
in the dynamics,
a simulation of a culture, if you will.
Historic shift.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to continue to see. I mean, we keep hearing talk of there being a plot for Netanyahu wanting to restart the war after they've got their prisoners out. And, you know, again, you know, we've talked about this before, how even some people on our own side are understandably skeptical about the ceasefire and about Israel keeping to it, because Israel's got a history of breaking ceasefires.
Yeah.
But, you know, for these reasons that you're describing, Ali, I mean, and the phases that John has described, I mean, I think we are going to continue to see this. And it's going to be hard for them to go back to war for these political reasons, as well as the military reasons. And the sort of, you know, the reality is, as we've covered, and I wrote an article about this a few months ago, that really the Israeli military was really on the verge of collapse. The Israeli army was on the verge of collapse for months. And there's increasing signs of stress in Israeli society, and lack of willingness to go back to war, lack of the will to do it, and as well because of the phases of the release of the ceasefire and of the prisoner exchanges. Thank you, Tamara. That's the article that I wrote that I'm referring to. Because of the secrecy within the Israeli media, and with it, you know, imposed by military censorship of the identity of the Israeli prisoners of war that are still in Gaza, the military prisoners of war, we don't know who they are. We don't know who all of those men, mostly men, are, and we don't know their ranks. There was talk and some reports very early on, I think probably on the day itself of the October the 7th, 2023, of a very, very high level Israeli military officer being captured. Now, we have not really heard anything about that since then. So the sort of 50-1 exchange, some of in terms of 50 Palestinian political prisoners released for Israeli prisoners of war, military prisoners of war, it may be even higher than that in some cases. We just don't know. So it's going to be something that obviously we're going to have to continue to cover very closely.
Yeah, it's going to be way higher than that. That was the civilian release part that those numbers were from. But yeah, Asaf Hamami, who was the Gaza Division Southern Brigade commander, is known to be captured. So that's a senior figure. That's the kind of figure that is going to release an Ahmed Sadat or a Marwan Barghouti or an Abdullah Barghouti from Qassam. Israel's saying they're not going to release Abdullah Barghouti, who's an operations like an engineer, a bomb maker that Israel doesn't want to release. But the political figures like Sadat and Barghouti that's the rank. They're going to want people of senior ranks, and we don't fully know who was in those
Just gonna go grab my dinner.
Dead or captured, and that has been kept under wraps by Israel pretty tightly through the military censor. So there's a lot more to be known, but the 50-1 was the humanitarian. The number will be much, much, much higher for the soldiers.
So the second phase is supposed to begin next week, February 3rd.
They start negotiating on it.
They start negotiating. Okay. And then when there's no date yet set for the implementation of phase 2?
Phase 1 is 42 days, and that ends March 2nd. Okay. So the phases are each Saturday they will release 3 more soldiers, starting on February until March 2nd. And then phase 1 can be extended. So phase 1, if they start negotiations on February 3rd for phase 2. If those negotiations that start on February 3rd for phase 2 don't resolve before the end of the 42 days, which would be 1 month later, if it takes more than a month, the 42-day stage continues. It doesn't immediately revert back to war. This is part of the way that they've weaved everything into each other. So that 42 days of stage 1 would be extended, and that's I think that I don't want to make.
Okay, I'm just going to hide the face cam while I have my lunch chat
be delayed
because you shouldn't have to see me eat.
Negotiations are very, very significant. The number of soldiers, the number of to be released, but also the structure of the reconstruction of Gaza, how that is going to work, and the end of the siege is all tied into that. Those are very fraught negotiations that could carry on. I think it's reasonable to think that it's possible for it to carry on for months.
I mean, I remember our contributor Asim Al-Nabi, who's the spokesperson for the Gaza municipality, he reiterated this past week. The United Nations and in other international aid agencies are saying that there are 50 million tons of rubble by their estimates, and it would take somewhere between 10 and 20 years to clear and rebuild Gaza. But as Asim said, and he said this about a year ago, but again, just reiterated that.
Good news, everyone.
This week, that's
the boy is back.
Using the guidelines of how many trucks have been allowed into Gaza, including the trucks that are filled with reconstruction materials that Israel has prohibited over the last 17 years of this siege, of course. So yes, if the siege continues and if the proper equipment isn't let into Gaza, sure, it could take 10 to 20 years, but Palestinian engineers have crunched the numbers. And if the siege is lifted and if the proper materials are let in, Asim says that it would take about a year to not just clear the rubble, but rebuild significant portions of Gaza. And so that also, I think, is really important for those of us in the West who are reading these reports, who are, kind of becoming very frustrated with, oh my God, 50 million tons of rubble, and the UN estimates 10 to 20 years, that Palestinians already know how to do this, that there is already plans in place by the top engineers in their field in Gaza, who have plans, who have, blueprints.
When it comes down to it, Palestine will teach the world.
It just, it depends on the West, and it depends on this siege, this barbaric siege of almost 2 decades being lifted.
Well, the way that Qassam has negotiated and Hamas has negotiated, the soldiers should not be returned if there is going to be a blockade. So that is the way that this has been structured all along. And that's why it's been considered by Israel to be a difficult negotiation.
Right.
And William Burns, the CIA former director, who's the back channeler, he said it was the most complicated negotiation that he's carried out in his life, because Hamas refuses to give in on the core tenets of the deal. They'll give you a little bit of flexibility around the margins, like they'll let an American company come in and do the security checks. If that, makes it so that Israel will move to the next stage. They send impotent forces who can't do anything, which is
it's such an insult, Fraser, right?
World that they're sending special operations mercenary companies to search cars of Qassam fighters, but not be able to arrest them is doesn't look like a win maybe if you just look at it in the Washington Post story, but it's a significant development and the success of these negotiations.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, there is always so much to cover. We'll have so much more to talk about next week. But let's leave it right there for now. I want to talk about the
good stuff
website. We've published these extraordinary features. I quoted from one by Rasha Abu Jalal up there at the top. Just extraordinary features as people are returning to their homes in both the north and the south of Gaza, trying to plan for what's next. Absolutely stunning features that we've published over the last week. So please go check that out. We also have incredible analysis by our staff editors. There's Dave Cronin's blog up at the very top there, about the EU rewarding Israel for genocide by approving a new drone deal. So
fucking hell, man.
Please go read that extraordinarily important analysis by Dave. Also, we have media analysis and critique by Michael F. Brown. Of course, Ali, we have those 2 statements that we, the staff, published.
I was the news. I was the news for a few days. And
That's right.
Let me just say about that I'm still going through the so many messages I received by text, by WhatsApp, by email. I haven't even started going through my email. I have more than 1,600 emails I haven't gone through yet, through Twitter DM. And
so we're gonna check out this breakthrough news story on the historic return to the north of Gazans.
But we want to jump right into our first story. As many people saw in the ongoing aftermath of the ceasefire in Gaza, many Gazans have been returning to their homes. In the northern part of Gaza, a lot of images are coming out. We are very, very honored to be joined here on the show once again by Abu Bakr Abed, who's a Palestinian journalist and commentator in Gaza. Abu Bakr, thanks so much for being back with us.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Hello. And I'm sure the internet now is good for this time.
You're crystal clear. It's actually fantastic. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, let me ask you this. Give us maybe a sense of maybe the general scene here now, several days after the ceasefire, but also, I saw some of the images you were able to share on social media of what looked like a very amazing moment of many tens of thousands of people returning to their homes in northern Gaza, which they had been told they would never return to. Seems like there was a lot of emotion, a lot of interesting stories. So maybe just give us a sense of some of those on-the-ground events.
Yeah, as you said, like everyone was literally happy about that because they could never ever imagine it at all. And what they have been through over the past 14 months is absolutely unimaginable. This population has been going through starvation, has been going through a lot in the freezing temperatures, has been displaced in uninhabitable shelters and dilapidated tents. They had no means of life at all. But now, given the fact that they are getting back to northern Gaza, is just a sense of jubilation, a big source of relief and reprieve that is flooding through every one of them, particularly for children, given the fact that Gaza's population, half of it is children. This is their time, children's time to enjoy and relish this moment, this historic moment. And also, we really want to say that for them, that those people have really refused all the plans, have really rejected all the Israelis' plans over the course of the genocide, and they have really stuck together and got united every time during every sort of juncture. It's a very, very huge and powerful proof of what the Palestinian unity is like and what the spirit of the Palestinians is like. So they are really returning with that sense of jubilation, with that sense of elation. And we could see even people really in tears, children, mothers, families getting together again after Israel separated them very, very deliberately and brutally during this time. And what was really heartbreaking is that people are returning to absolutely nothing with absolutely nothing, and they are absolutely devoid. Like northern Gaza is devoid of every life means. People are now struggling in northern Gaza because their homes have been destroyed, their neighborhoods have been razed to the ground, and there is nothing. There is absolutely nothing. So they are just restarting this cycle of horror one more time again. So they are displaced even above the rubble of their houses. They are still displaced. They are taking shelter in their tents because Israel is still blocking containers, caravans, and proper dwellings from entering or getting into Gaza, which is an act of genocide, an act of extreme brutality and barbarism.
Yeah.
But this is still going, and for them and for every Palestinian,
like you couldn't make a matte painting that looks like this in like a 1980s dystopia movie, right? In a 1980s apocalypse movie. Like this got me thinking about, like, I've been watching like a bunch of rubbish 1980s apocalypse movies recently, and like they couldn't have predicted anything like this. It's just so devastating,
The victory
and this isn't even like apocalypse as far as like worldwide apocalypse. This is just like one place.
We've stayed on this land, and we've stuck together, and we defied all the odds. And this defiance is the biggest sign of what victory looks like, because the entirety, all of us really, are innocent and don't have any weapons at all. We're not a party to this war, but because Israel is a really terrorist and apartheid regime, it's targeting civilians, children, women, and men who don't have any part in this war. But yes, we continue to hope, we continue to defy the odds, and we continue to stick together and be together until we rebuild Gaza. And again, this is just the first step that will usher in the liberation of the entire occupied.
Yeah, there's always some building standing. Yeah.
Rania, you're muted.
I'm so sorry about that. Abu Bakr, I'm so happy to hear you so clearly, and your reports from Gaza have been so important to follow. And you were talking a bit about the struggle of people's homes and the destruction and kind of, seeing the rubble. I'm also curious if you can paint us a picture of the humanitarian situation in the North, because for so long, the North was completely cut off from the rest of the Strip. They were trying to starve people out of the North. And that's, I think, where, the least amount of aid was getting into. Also, the bombing was so vicious. I imagine that there's probably bodies that are being pulled from the rubble. There was also, I mean, I've seen people tweeting about decomposed bodies and bones. I've also seen some videos of people. There was one in particular, you may have seen it as well. Maybe you've met people under these circumstances who have children with them whose parents had been killed, and so they've taken them on as their own children because there's now so many orphans in Gaza. So I'm just curious, in your travels and talking to people, you know, what have you been seeing in terms of that humanitarian situation and just the situation for children who've...
Shang Yang Gang says, communist? What? Isn't communism bad? No. No, it isn't.
You know, gotten either disconnected from their families or lost from their families, and also the number of bodies being pulled out from the rubble.
Well, like Rania, for families who are returning home, they really want to reunite with the other past families, whether dead or alive. A lot of people here who have come back to northern Gaza.
I always thought it was supposed to be a bad thing. If you're genuinely asking that question in good faith, that rocks. Good for you.
Are or have united with their families who have been killed by
welcome to the stream, and hi Val.
This genocide, but at least they have seen them, they have really mourned their death, and that's what they really want. For the majority, the vast majority of people, this is their story. And this is apart from the fact that there are still thousands of bodies still rubble. And when we talk about this, I've been talking to people from different parts of the Gaza Strip, particularly around the Netzarim corridor, this corridor that people have been talking about for a very, very long time, and Israel has been pondering over. This corridor had dozens, you're talking about tens and hundreds of bodies around this corridor that have been recovered from under the rubble, and they were not intact corpses. They were just skulls and bones, and those bodies were decomposing. And I saw one of the young men returning to Gaza, particularly in Tel Hawa neighborhood, and he just found the lower jaw of his sister, and he just took this completely decomposed jaw and just buried it into one of the nearby graveyards. So this is the barbarity and brutality of what Israel is about, of course. And for the humanitarian situation, people are now repeating the same scenario. It's just about walking kilometers to get a sip of water or a bite of food, and the demands there are so huge. The people that what is available cannot really meet their needs at all. We talk about now more than 500,000 people have arrived in northern Gaza. Absolutely, they have arrived in completely devastated neighborhoods and residential buildings, and all life means have been deliberately decimated by Israel. The streets, the water infrastructure, and all buildings, all necessities and necessary buildings that can serve this population have been totally taken out of service in Gaza. What people are looking for right now is to rebuild what the devastation that has been inflicted upon their houses and their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we go back to the same reason that Israel is purposefully denying that.
Yeah, I heard Sean's doing another fundraising live stream for Gaza. That's pretty good.
And denying the access to medications, to food staples and all of these basic necessities. This is what Israel is doing, and this is an outright violation of the ceasefire. And during the 90 hours, what we've been hearing over the course of the past days is constant buzzing by Israeli drones. And this is another breach of what the ceasefire was, how the ceasefire was agreed upon. And this continues, like what people can do. Gaza needs many years, tens of years, until it really stands on its feet again. So who will rebuild Gaza? We need humanitarian efforts, we need international efforts. But until now, Israel is still debating and negotiating over the second phase. So the problem is coming out or emanating from either side. If they don't come from the Hamas side, they come from the Israeli side. But for people, they're still, are resilient, they're still steadfast, they want to live anything. In the end, they have just completely tackled.
That footage is so good.
This plan to be ethnically cleansed or
Those guys on the tower like that.
completely tackled and refused this plan to be ethnically cleansed or exterminated. They're back to where they belong, to the places they were born in, raised in, and for them this is victory, and for them this is what they want and what they have been desiring for a very, very long time. And so a moment they never imagined that it would be possible, but their hope and their unity and their togetherness.
Hey, Beanie Gaby, good to see you.
We're still writing, but there are hope that something can be done.
No, I think that's a really important point, and certainly the level of steadfastness is so clear. I mean, and maybe I even can already maybe guess the answer to this question, but how, if at all, are people responding to the statements that were made by President Trump of wanting to quote unquote clean out Gaza and essentially doubling down on the idea that the Palestinians should be forced out and into the Sinai?
Well, I'm not really sure if Trump even cleans his room very well while he talks about what Gaza is looking like at the moment. And I think all of what they have been saying, these presidents, these corrupt West, everywhere, all of this nonsense, you're not really hear people like this who have all types of torture and all sorts of death over the course of time. You cannot really defeat someone who has lost their entire family, who has really
it's so based.
Lost their home, their buildings, their work.
But it's so true, isn't it? It's so true. It's like, what do you think you can do to us that hasn't already been done? Like, what possibly do you think you could do? How do you possibly think that you could defeat us? Right? Hey, Great Crab, how are you doing? Good to see you.
And everything, you cannot really defeat them. They are still saying that even if the war, I'm hearing from people here, even if the war is resumed, we are going to stay resilient. We're going to stay steadfast, and we are not going to surrender at all.
Yeah.
And this is one of the main reasons that Gaza is named the graveyard of the invaders. So there's no wonder and there is no surprise that is called or named like this. And for us, even for the younger generations, what people are reacting to Trump is that we are not going, whatever he wants to do, we're staying here, we are going to endure, and we will continue to endure no matter what happens, because Gaza is planted in our hearts, and our hearts are planted in Gaza. And
it's just so based.
You cannot really separate this or even dismantle this unbelievable connection. People, when they came back to their houses and to their neighborhoods, they really, really, really kissed the land, the soil there. And this has happened in different parts of the Strip and Rafah. People want to live in completely demolished houses, in completely demolished neighborhoods, no matter what, but it's still home for them. The rubble of their houses is still home for them.
Graveyard of the Invaders should be a book. Yeah,
you have
real.
No idea if any president around the world, if any corrupt president, any terrorist president around the world who is still fighting the Gazan people, like you have tried for 14 months. And by the way, we were not attacked by Israel only. We were attacked by the unity, by the entire European Union and some Arab countries, if not all of them, and almost the entire world. Let me say, almost the entire world has been attacking and exterminating and funding and financing the genocide.
Spot on.
Tell me, what have they achieved on the ground?
The UK particularly,
civilians' houses, killing
funding and financing.
Women, emulating,
sending spy planes, providing intelligence,
completely decimating,
allowing the arms sales to happen, allowing Elbit systems to operate, BAE systems.
In the end, after 14 months, the people have returned to their houses, and Israel has been plunged into the area where it was obliged to negotiate over the hostage. So
it was forced. Like he's so right. Israel was forced. Its hand was forced to actually negotiate and do the hostage deal.
This is the question.
Afghanistan is also called the graveyard of empires.
Very well taken point. Sorry, Rania, I didn't know if you were about to jump in.
Yeah. Yeah, Abu Bakr, I wanted to ask you, obviously you've been covering this horrific genocide, but you've also been experiencing it. You've watched so many of your friends and colleagues be murdered by the Israelis over the last 15 months. I'm curious if you could maybe tell us your own feelings. I mean, you've told us a lot about the people of Gaza, but your own feelings about everything that's happened since the ceasefire went into effect.
I am honestly, Rania, I am hopeful, I am happy, of course, but I will not rest until Palestine is free because I'm still a refugee in Deir al-Balah. Deir al-Balah. Okay, it's a refugee camp. It's where I was born. It's where I was raised. But I want to go back to Beit Ras, the hometown that my grandparents were expelled from. And I will not rest until that. I want to sacrifice my life for it. I'm going to do everything for it. That's why younger generations must really do everything. And again, both of you know, everyone who knows Abu Bakr knows that Abu Bakr was a football reporter, but he was evolved into more of a war correspondent just for his homeland. And that's what I need to do. So again, I will not leave it at all. And for the ceasefire, I'm really happy that the Israeli genocide has stopped, that this bloodbath has stopped because it's really important. Look, I'm looking at the hospital right now. The hospital is literally empty from war-wounded people, from corpses, from tears, from blood. And the ground is very, very clean, not like the other 14 months where people were relentlessly killed in mass slaughter. This is a very significant thing for people. They are now having the time and having the chance to heal up their wounds and to just relax and forget about the pain and grief, their unbearable losses. And for me personally, my aunt's family was wiped out and need really to go to my aunt whom I haven't seen at all during this war, and I haven't consoled her at all. So I really need to go to her and reconsole her and hug her because this is really important for me and for my very dearest friend who was killed during this war, although he didn't have any political affiliations. He was not a part of this war. I haven't seen his grave. I really want to go there and cry and just have that sort of catharsis and vent all the pain that are really concealed over the course of this genocide. That's why the importance of this ceasefire from here, it really comes. And this is not for only for me, for many people, for thousands of people, for everyone. Like everyone in Gaza has a big tragedy to tell, and their tragedies have been compounded every single day during the last 14 months. For them, now is the time to really rehabilitate and to recover from what has been inflicted upon them for every single day during this generation.
You know, it's really hard to not like feel that like deep empathy for everyone in Gaza, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you should absolutely, you know, we're so lucky, so lucky and privileged in the West that we get to like, you know, even though absolutely we fully understand that we're not free in the way that we should be free, but we are far more free than people in Gaza. We're far more free than people in occupied Palestine. Like, it is a privilege for us to be able to hold our loved ones close. It's a privilege for us to be able to, like, you know, even just like sit in your room and go on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? And it just like safe in the knowledge that you're kind of safe here. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to come to like too much harm kind of thing. You know what I mean? It really is like a massive privilege for us in the Imperial Corps to be able to like to do that stuff. And you gotta, every single day you wake up, you gotta count your blessings and just remember that, you know?
For me, for my family, for everyone, now is the time to relive again, to restore humanity that we've been stripped of because the world has allowed that. The world could not stop Israel from the beginning. Israel was deliberately rejecting the ceasefire deal from the start. This death toll, huge death toll, could have been escaped if Israel really had agreed to the ceasefire deal proposal put on the table by the mediators a long time ago. But yes, because people have to understand, people don't need to forget and to forgive what Israel has done, because everyone who's gonna forget or forgive Israel for what it has done during the past 14 months is gonna be as demonic as really barbaric and monstrous as what Israel is about. So it's really important for us and for me and for everyone in Gaza that we really don't want to get back to the level that we were before October the 7th, because life before October the 7th was also bad, but because we really went through what is unimaginable, we are really desperate and yearning for what was before October the 7th. But we are now in time and in a stage where no life means can be found at all. We are not even we're not even in the stage that before October the 7th, we're even much lower than that. But we want to rebuild. We want to make sure that we have the freedom, we have the dignity, the tranquility, and all human rights as any other humans around the world. And this is a responsibility that should be put on the shoulders of humanitarian organizations, because again, I believe that they have been a very, very, very dark reason to our suffering alongside the Israelis. And this must be done in the way we see. No one should decide what our future should be like. We decide our future. We decide how Gaza must be like. We are the people, the rightful owners of this land, and we will decide it. We'll continue to fight back against this occupation until we really dismantle it. And that can only be raised by the continued resistance and the armed resistance. Other than that, international laws, etc., all this blah, 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 cannot really do anything, because we've been pleading for people and pleading for the international humanitarian organizations and human rights organizations, but all of them have turned out to be, in the end, just mere facades that serve their own interests and specific categories of this world. So we will continue to hope, we will continue to stick together with the good people and the noble people of the world, like you and like other people around the world who have stood by Palestine over the course of this genocide and before, until we really live and visit Palestine.
Well, as always, Abu Bakr Abed, Palestinian journalist and commentator based in Gaza, thank you so much for spending your time here on the Freedom Side.
Yeah, spot on. Spot on. Let's see what else we got out here. I don't know if I'll get any gaming done. Today. Because it's already 3:30. I started streaming pretty late today, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks. I do got some other content to watch. Let's take a little look at the watch later. I'm pretty sure I wanted to watch this like insane liberal 10-minute thing. Did Trump lose? Shocking proof. Trump rigged 2024 election with Greg Palast. Now, I don't know any of these guys. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who Greg Palast is. I don't know who Tom Hartman is. But like anyone who is saying, oh, Trump didn't actually win the election is just coping, really. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, I'm no fucking reactionary. I'm no conservative. I don't like Trump. I don't like anyone. You know, I don't like any fucking like heads of political parties in the Imperial Core generally. And you know, I gotta say, it's just embarrassing shit, you know? Hey, Splotnik, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, it's just embarrassing shit just being like, oh, Trump didn't win the election. We could, you know, we could impeach him again, maybe. We could use some kind of systems that Trump's going to dismantle to get rid of him. I feel like, personally, I lost the election before it even happened, yeah. Tom is a lib, but doesn't bullshit at least. He's tolerable to listen to for US history. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be tolerable to listen to for this. Hiya, Kid Trunks, how you doing? Denying reality instead of doing something about it is certainly a choice, and one that is kind of expected from electoralists. Yeah, absolutely. Here's how Bernie could still win. They love to say that shit, don't they? They love to say
or vote suppression tactic.
Oh, hey, Thazadar. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier. Hello?
Greg Palast is with us. Who actually...
Fedora dude is a Jimmy Dore orbiter. Chat, this is probably going to be pretty funny.
Won or lost the 2024 election for
Whoa, what's up with the sink?
President. Greg, welcome back to the... I should mention you are the Guardian, New York Times reporter, author of The Best Democracy Money Can Buy. Your latest film is Vigilantes, Inc. And gregpalace.com is your website. Hey, Greg.
Hey, glad to be with you.
Oh, they just fixed it.
Well, thank you. So who won or who lost the election?
It's real simple. If not for vote suppression tactics, that's a fancy word for shafting people of color out of their vote, young people out of their vote, Kamala Harris would have won 3,565,000 votes. That's the number of voters that were denied the right to vote because they were purged or they were challenged or they had their provisional ballot thrown out.
Damn, dude. I wonder, which government was in charge that, let that happen.
Let me give you some of the numbers. The reason I'm giving you numbers, and I've waited so long to make this report, is that I have to get the numbers from the government agencies, particularly something we call...
I do believe that. I believe that that's true. You know, I believe for certain that there was voter suppression, 1,000%. Of course there is. There always is. There's always more and more things put in place to prevent working class, marginalized people from being able to participate in even the sham that democracy is in the imperial court. But, it's just really what are you... Yeah, exactly. It's on Dems for not fighting to get votes. It's because they don't give a fuck. They're not bothered about that voter base, actually. They're just yeah, whatever, who cares? Everyone in our fucking political party actually made a bunch of money out of this administration and this election, so who cares? They're all sipping on fucking champagne, probably in Mar-a-Lago.
I used to be a professor of statistics. I was a forensic economist. This is my specialty, the numbers, which I usually...
Yeah, the Dems never fight the gerrymandering, yeah.
And the U.S. Department of
Justice. Lost out voting rights in 2023, yeah.
Agencies. And so these are calculations I would do, and I have done for federal courts. So we had, are you ready for this? According to the Elections Assistance Commission, the official numbers, we had 4,776,706 voters purged from the voter rolls wrongly. And I'm not making this up. I had the guys from that work with the microphone.
And it really is blue MAGA, isn't it? MAGA in 2020 were oh my god, the vote was rigged, stole everything, stole the election, and now Democrats, people who love Democrats, liberals, are just they're just yeah, it really did happen. And this time it's the this time it's happening to us.
Microsoft and Amazon go through every single purged name in 2 states, Georgia and Wisconsin. We took those 2 states. And we found, for example, in Georgia, that 198,000 voters, we actually have their names and addresses, were wrongly removed from the voter rolls. And you'll be shocked, overwhelmingly, voters of color. In Wisconsin, almost every voter removed by the purge was either a black voter in Milwaukee or a student in Madison. We had this brand new business this year of vigilante voter challenges. We talked about that on the air, where for the first time, very first time, an individual voter...
That's right, Great Crab, yeah. Them saying the economy is fine rather than, doing anything about that.
A third of a million, 317,000 voters were challenged by the beginning of August. NAACP said it was over 200,000 just Georgia alone by Election Day. We had 2.12 million mail-in ballots rejected, and that wouldn't mean anything if it were random. It's not random, Tom. According to the
that's it, isn't it? It's it's all well and good saying this stuff. Okay, so all this stuff happened. So now what?
Washington, which did a study, you're 400% more likely to have your mail-in ballot rejected if you're black than if you're white. And Washington State has the least voter suppression of any state in the union. And according to And according to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, which did a study, they found that the chance of your ballot being rejected,
The subtitles are like
mail-in or
wrong
in precinct,
here.
is 900%
They're different to what he's
higher
saying.
if you're black than if you're white. We have over 500,000 votes that were spoiled. That is, they said they couldn't be read. And again, it's very, very racial. We had 1.2 million provisional ballots rejected. People think, they get this, you go in and they say, oh, you've been challenged, you've been purged, or we can't find your name on the rolls. Here, fill out this provisional ballot. 43% of those ballots, according to the U.S. government, 43% of provisional ballots, and there were about 4 million in the last, or about 3 million in the last election. 43%.
Also, I just want to look, I'm not like a professional outfit here. I use OBS. It's free software. I got the chat up here, I got the face cam here, I got the boy cam there. I got a little goal there. All right. I'm not looking too good myself, but these graphics, like, is this guy like stuck in 2001? Like, what's going on here? It's just like some 2001 ass graphics.
Of those were thrown in the garbage. Overwhelmingly voters of color, and in fact, if you're black, Hispanic, or Latino, or Asian American, the chance you'll be given a provisional ballot is 300% higher than if you're white. We're talking, there's some double counting here. The vote suppression factor is about 2.3%. Again, Kamala Harris would have even
boys right there.
Vote 3.565 million extra votes. She would have won the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
Tom, you're really very cute.
Calculations, Tom.
He's buzzing about that.
She would have won with 286.
I love it when Tim Walz wants to be JD Vance's friend rather than correctly calling him weird. Yeah, it's really good.
We didn't have a vote suppression,
it's really good, isn't it?
Voting system. And I'm telling you, I work all over the world on elections, from Britain to Venezuela to Liberia. There's no other nation in the world except for old apartheid South Africa. I mean, where we have a supposed democracies, where you have this racial, basically Jim Crow apartheid voting system.
Whoa. If we're going to talk about apartheid, what about occupied Palestine, brother? What about occupied Palestine, brother? Brother!
Where you have massive, massive numbers of voters of color lose their vote. Also now, that's kind of widened out to, I found a massive number of young people. Again, that demographic is their voters of color too. The color's blue because young voters, especially young women.
What kind of a joke is that? Is he making a joke?
That are targeted for the purges, to be sent to provisional ballots, had their registrations canceled or their votes disqualified, especially their mail-in ballots. NPR found that 1 in 7 mail-in ballots in the analysis they did were thrown in the garbage. Overwhelmingly, again, by the government numbers, 400% more likely if you're black than if you're white. So this is how Trump won, by racial and other forms of vote suppression.
There's something kind of like, ridiculous about these like old white guys talking about this. Like, again, like, oh my God, like, this is how Trump won, like, voter suppression. Oh my God, it's so bad. And it's like, yeah, that's like how every Republican president has won. Historically, this is what happens, Yeah, all this stuff was talked about in November and December before the outcome was ratified. It's not new, not some grand revelation. The Dems knew this, had the statistics, and did nothing, and they gave it to Trump. Yeah, exactly. That's literally it. It's just a game. It's a fucking game, man.
That gave him the election. And unless we restart a voting rights movement in America, 2028's already decided. It'll be decided by Jim Crow, not by the voters.
It seems sometimes, Greg, that the whole conspiracy movement, it's got to be the voting machines. Oh, it's got to be, Starlink being in the middle. It's got to be Elon Musk. And I think Trump was trolling us a couple days ago when he basically congratulated Elon Musk on doing something with the vote counting machines in Pennsylvania. It almost seems like all of that is just a great distraction from what is actually happening and actually working for the GOP. I mean, they started this whole, squealing about brown people being illegal voters in the 60s with Operation Eagle Eye. And
yeah, damn, what does that tell you, dude?
With William Rehnquist, the guy who became...
It tells you that, like, this shit is decades old and should have been fixed a long time ago.
The Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme
Court. There's like, voter suppression and, like, suppressing racialized people in America, just marginalized people, working class people, people who can't afford, like, a voting ID or whatever,
History here.
Gerrymandering, all that stuff, it should have been fixed yonks ago.
Well, yes.
Yonks ago.
In my film, Vigilantes, Inc., which, by the way, at gregpals.com, thanks Leonardo DiCaprio, you can download it or stream it for free.
It includes a clip from the 1920 film Birth of a Nation.
But we go back, we show you a clip from the 1920 film over 100 years ago, the film Birth of a Nation, where they show a white actor in blackface putting 2 ballots into a ballot box. So the accusation that black voters vote multiple times to steal elections is an old trope, but this time it came back 100 years later with the Trump group True the Vote, and they used that to justify these new vigilante individual challenges. Again, they proudly proclaimed 317,886 challenges by the beginning of August, and this is brand new stuff. This has not been done since the Ku Klux Klan used this personal mass challenge business in 1946.
Damn, sounds like the government should have really done something about that, doesn't it, Greg?
And Trump used this to massive effect, especially in Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. This was a massive attack on voters of color, especially. And we're not guessing about what color they are. We called up 800 of the challenged voters. Almost all of them were black, and a smattering of some young white people registered as Democrats. Obviously, they know your registration.
You're getting distracted by the fact his earphones appear to be blurred. Yeah, I love that, like, fake, low aperture thing that Zoom does. It's, like, so bizarre, isn't it?
This is how it's been working again, they brought in a 1946 Klan plan. So there is a long history here. But we have now, and that was
also, my man's got he's got some electrical tape on his mic there.
Justified supposedly by black people from, you saw in the film from True the Vote, 2,000 Mules, where they said black men, whom they called mules, were they showed them stuffing ballot boxes. And of course, they've been sued to a fare thee well because everyone that they showed on camera was a legal voter. They were just guilty of voting while black.
Yeah, and True the Vote ultimately had to apologize, didn't they, to avoid a lawsuit?
No, just the only people that Sinclair, which was their distributor, apologized and withdrew the film. But 10 million people have seen it.
Right.
They've made millions of dollars off this thing. But the worst thing is it resulted in a massive reduction in drop boxes and early voting, which is the main way that black people, especially in the South, vote. The vast majority of African Americans vote early or by mail. The majority of Democrats vote by mail. 51% more likely to send in your ballot by mail if you're a Democrat, which means 1 in 8 of your votes are going to be thrown in the garbage, just so you know, because it's very easy to come up with an excuse to disqualify a ballot. And if you go to gregpals.com, or even better, go to Tom Hartman and read my article, you will meet people that I have met who, tell me their story. So these are not just numbers. These are people that, so for example, Major Gamaliel Turner, career military officer, 70 years old.
Okay, so like, interesting. Greg Palast has retweeted this on Twitter. Dems repeatedly bring a dull, pointless wooden knife to a gunfight. No wonder they lose. This like thing here of this video that Greg Palast has posted. Harris was shafted out of 3 million odd votes by Jim Crow Twix, but for the suppressive factor of 2.3%, she would have won the presidency with 286 electoral votes. So he agrees, that the Dems are completely toothless in the fight against this. He agrees in some format, or at least appears to.
He was not sent his mail-in ballot because he was challenged by a Republican Party official who said he didn't live in California. Well, he was assigned by the President of the United States as a military man to a base in California. Voting rights, the expert on Georgia voting purges, who wrote her PhD on
Greg, I got to pause you there. Can you stay with us for a bit?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Hang on. It's 18. This is a hard break. I can't control. 18 minutes past.
Just got to do a quick ad there, Greg. Just got to do a quick ad. The president of George Bush's presidency shows that once the president is sworn in, he isn't just going to get replaced because the election was rigged. If there was going to be any legal challenge to the election, it would have happened before January, and it didn't. I really don't get the point of this discussion, at least with the context of Trump didn't really win. It's so frustrating to listen to this. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It just fuels blue MAGA nonsense as well. You know what I mean? Completely fucking ridiculous. What else have I got in the watch later? I wanted to watch this one video here, which is from a while ago. Testimonies of Israeli captives after being released from from detention by Hamas. So this was 8 days ago.
مرحبا شكرا لكتاب القسام على كل المعاملة الكويسة شكرا للأكل والشرب والملابس شكرا للشباب اللي كانوا يحفظوا علينا ودير بالو علينا من كاسف وإن شاء الله يكون الكل يوم سعيد وأحسن يوم وكلنا نكون بخير
يوم 25/1/25.
Look, they get these little goodie bags. Look, this is this is so funny. It's like I love it. Like it's just great. It's like, here, you know, you've been our guests for this long. You know, you can have like a key ring and you get this like little bag of stuff. I don't even know what's in these bags, like maybe sweets or something. You know, you could argue, oh, this is propaganda. This is just showing the reality that, like, you know, they have to do this when they're releasing people because it's like they just have to do this. But it's like, no, dude, like, not only are they releasing them in the same clothes that they were captured in, right? Which is something that Israel just simply does not do. But they are all clearly healthy and they've been looked after. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you look at all the Palestinian hostages that have been, like, released from Israel, they're all wearing grey jumpsuits because Israel just, like, takes their clothes, burns them, doesn't let them wear anything else. They can't have any of their possessions or anything like that. They're often captured, like, without possessions, you know, in, like, really vulnerable scenarios and stuff, you know. Getting, like, a little certificate, like, good hostage. Thanks for being cool and not being weird about it. The one grandma stopping and shaking the hand of a Hamas fighter will never leave my memory. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Glory to the resistance. Look at this. Look at this. Did you see that? There's the thing that John Elmer was talking about before. Gaza is the graveyard of the criminal Zionists. Palestine, the victory of the oppressed people versus Nazi Zionism. Yeah, man. For real. It's like another thing there. Hang on. Can't see it too clearly straight away because there's like some, what does that say? Al-Aqsa flood. A revolution against the Zionist something and something. There we go. We can see it all really clearly there in that last bit. What is it like? Alexa Flood, a revolution against the Zionist injustice and criminality. The Palestinian fighters of freedom will always be the victory. I think it's supposed to be victorious, but victories, yeah. Injustice was one of the words. Yeah, we got it in the end. We got it in the end. Like, everyone's cheering him. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, could you imagine if this happened in fucking occupied Palestine? If they, like, had Palestinian prisoners on, like, a press release like this, you know, they would be calling them names. They would be like, you know, I'm almost crying, like, watching this, because it's just like, you know, it's the vindication that everyone's had, like, known is the case, and, like, you know, for ages, that just, like, you know, these people aren't being treated disgustingly, you know, they're not the you know, savages that Israel makes them out to be, you know, it's just like, it's vindication, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's just vindication through and through. And, you know, revolution will win, resistance will win, that's the end of it. You know, and then you fucking contrast that shit with when Israel releases the Palestinian hostages. Like, you don't see that stuff in the news because it's like, not in the legacy media anyway. Excuse me. Let's take a look at this. Because you don't see the state of them. You know, like, look, they're all in these grey jumpsuits, like I said. You know, a lot of them are, like, missing teeth. They look ill. Yeah, there's a reason that Israel would rather see their soldiers killed than get captured by the resistance, because dead soldiers don't talk when they're released. Right, exactly. Just fucking so good, genuinely. Yeah, the elation, honestly, like, it's truly, like, that is revolutionary joy, you know? How could a small bean like Israel afford medical care for their hostages? Only Hamas has drugs that make people healthy. Yeah, that shit was so stupid. God damn, that shit was so stupid. Okay, considering we've got, like, about an hour left, let's check out this one video here, rejecting doomerism with revolutionary optimism. I saw this video advertised recently. It's someone that I don't know. This person is called Lucretia McEvil. I don't know if anyone knows about this creator or anything about them. But yeah. I've had it with these motherfucking doomers on this motherfucking internet. You all need some aggressive, positive mental attitude, so here it is. All right. This is what we want. This is the kind of content we want. This is the kind of content we want to be,
there are those
you know?
When I feel a sense of inadequacy as a symbol.
We want to be promoting.
It is never easy for one to...
Name sounds a bit familiar, yeah.
...role of symbolism without going through constant moments of self-examination. And I must confess that there are moments when I begin to wonder whether I am adequate. Or
hey, Apollo, Lucretia is cool as fuck.
Able to
have fun with the vid. Thank you for being here. See you soon.
Responsibilities of this particular position. I don't think anyone in a situation like this can go through it without confronting moments of real fear. But I have always had something that gave me an inner sense of assurance and an inner sense of security in the final analysis, even in the moments of loneliness.
Gone is the doomerish attitude, in is the unconditional love and support for your loved ones and local communities. Hell yeah, that's right.
It is basically right, because it is a thrust forward to achieve something not just for Negro people, but something that will save the whole of mankind. And when I have come to see these things, I always
could definitely feel that change in me compared to how I felt back in 2016, 2020. Hell yeah.
That the loneliness and the fear have faded away because of a greater feeling of security, because of commitment to a moral ideal.
That's what it is.
Fear is okay, but fear should never stop action. So we saw it, we all saw it.
Nazi ain't got no humanity. They're the foot soldiers of a Jew-hating, mass-murdering maniac, and they need to be destroyed.
The right is repeating history, so why can't we?
Lyudmila Pavlichenko. Yep, hell yeah. Best Soviet sniper about.
If you repeated history, then you know how we respond. People who do stuff like that. It makes me really sad that the left can see the end of the world before they can see the end of fascism. And it just further shows how white supremacist capitalist patriarchy has robbed us of our imaginations.
Yep. Capitalist realism.
Fighting for, like, seriously, if you can't see the end of fascism, you gotta figure it out, and figure it out soon, because your doubt is gonna be dangerous for yourself and others. Because fear is one thing, right? Everybody has fear, but nihilism is another thing. It's a choice. Nobody chooses to be scared, but you choose to give up when you say we're doomed, we're cooked, whatever other doomerism phrase that people are throwing around on the internet. And people don't understand that negativity is like wildfire. Negativity genuinely.
This content creator is Lucretia McEvil. I'm subscribing already. You should all go and do the exact same, because it's really fucking good. Already this video has got the right message. It's based, it's good. You know,
Is like
get all over it.
And it will spread. So the more that you post, oh, we're cooked, the more people say it in comments, the more everybody's saying it in public to each other, and then the right and the fascists win, because that's what they do these things for.
Correct.
But don't be paralyzed with fear. Be afraid, but you have to get your nervous system out of the freeze response. And I'm so serious. And there's many.
So like a lot of people think that like bravery and courage is like not being afraid at all, but that's not the case whatsoever. Like true bravery and courage is knowing that something is terrifying, but pushing through that to do the right thing, right?
Ways to do that.
Like, you know, I'm not like trying to boast or anything here in saying this, but like it puts you in a bit of a spotlight, becoming like the chair of an organization that is like explicitly revolutionary when it comes to housing, right? Not just housing, but like other you know, areas. Like if your organization is explicitly anti-fascist and you become like a chair or like, you know, a secretary, general secretary or whatever of that organization, there's like a bit of a target on your head. There's every chance that I might be on a list somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Of like people to watch, you know, in terms of like how I could potentially threaten the state, like challenge the state infrastructure and stuff like that. And, you know, you don't make these decisions because it's like, I don't know, you want to get like an ego boost or whatever. Like that's not what it is. It's just about doing the right thing. Like it is the right thing to you know, help an organization get strong and, you know, become powerful so that we can build power and, you know, help things like move smoothly and you know, make sure that everyone's feeling like supported, etc. You know, no one ever tells you that bravery feels like fear. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. bravery feels like fear a lot of the time. And, you know, like, I think about our comrades in prison on a daily basis at this point, and think about, like, how they must be feeling, like, what they're doing right now, you know, potentially, most likely just sat in a cell, you know, losing their minds with boredom, fear, sadness, you know, because they chose to stand up for what is right. And, you know, it's one of those, like, you know, you engage in revolutionary activity and you get one step closer to being targeted like that by the state, you know?
Clip.
Somatic experiencing in 60 seconds. So, first, what is meant by somatic? Somatic relates to the body as distinct from the mind. So, somatic experiencing is literally the experiencing of the body. We spend much of our time using our bodies to simply carry our brains around, and so most of what we experience is actually a concept from the brain. Happy, sad, angry, panicky, not feelings. They're concepts that the brain uses to help us understand the symptoms of our internal world. When humans are threatened, we have a similar response to that of animals, and yet animals don't typically experience PTSD because they use their natural system to restore balance. Humans have this ability as well, except that we also have the ability to override our inbuilt healing system by using cognitive strategies like denial or distraction. This means that the body is never able to fully process the threat. In the case of trauma, where fight and flight aren't possible, the stress response energy is locked into the body, and it's this energy that SE targets. SE is a therapy which is designed to counter the experience of trauma, gently allowing the body to relearn how to use its natural ability to restore balance in the present, where during a traumatic experience, this simply was not an option.
This is me. I wrote an outline with like a semi-script. So this is literally me just signing on here, being frazzled like the last 2-3 days. Like, I am not saying that people's fear and sorrow and sadness is not justified. I am sorry that people are afraid. I'm sorry that my fellow community members are worried about their lives. But the people who are saying that and not doing anything, you're admitting that you're giving up already. And I would rather you not tell me. Don't tell me that you don't care enough to even try. Not right now.
First. It's not what anyone wants to hear.
Now, respectfully, I need to talk to the white people. Please come to the front. If this doesn't apply to you, obviously ignore it. Now listen, you have a right to be scared, you have a right to be alarmed, you have a right to be concerned. However, this seems new to you because you've never been targeted. I need you to calm down and lock in. Stop promoting messages of mass hysteria that we're all cooked, we're all doomed, I need to move out of the country. We are not as hopeless or powerless or divided as you keep insisting on.
Lock in.
We're just new to the game. This is not a time to cower in fear or throw your hands up in defeat. Things have looked grim for a lot of us. You've just been living in privilege. You saying that you need to flee the country, we need to get out of here, we can't possibly stay here is an example of your privilege. The rest of us have had ancestors along with us who have stayed in this country to continuously fight for change. This is not a call out by any means, and if you feel yourself getting agitated by my message, you need to address that before you can join the rest of us.
Real.
Because you need to talk less, act more, and lock in. Welcome to the club. Now, for the rest of us who that doesn't apply to, who is also spreading the same message, your anger can either create tunnel vision or a bird's eye view.
Who is this SpongeBob enthusiast 124? Is this person on YouTube?
People's main
I'm
tactic.
getting all these new creators I need to fucking
How crazy
check
they can
out.
be. You're going to see a lot of things over this time period. They will test the waters to see how much can be dismissed and gaslit. You're either going to focus on that main event over and over and over and over, keep on gasping for the next 4 years so you can't catch a full
TikToker?
breath, or you're going to look at the bigger picture of things.
It's like they're a
Because if you're
TikToker.
thinking, ask for help. It's one thing to say we're cooked. It's another thing to say I'm depressed. I don't know what to do. I'm overwhelmed. I'm afraid for my future. I feel paralyzed and indecision. I don't know where to turn. I don't know who to trust. Those are all things that can actually end up with solutions. We're cooked throws your hands in the air, and there is no solution to we're cooked. We're cooked is a period at the end of the sentence. But stop saying we're cooked. Stop saying we're doomed. Stop saying we're over. People on the left say that because they like gallows humor, but gallows humor doesn't help us if you're not doing anything else in addition to the gallows humor. If you're only doing gallows humor, you're submitting. And I don't do that. I have PDA autism.
Then he had us. Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
You know, you don't have to open your door to ICE or watch your neighbors get deported at all. You don't have to sit by and take anything, actually.
During the first Trump administration, we realized part of what our opponents wanted was to make us afraid. Sometimes a rumor about ICE detentions on WhatsApp would lead parents to keep their children home from school. So at first, we started verifying rumors. Siembra volunteers would show up to a reported ICE agent and find out what was going on, and we would report back via social media channels or sometimes by broadcasting a text message. After we started training people on how to identify ICE agents, we started getting more reports of suspected agents on stakeouts. And these went up dramatically during ICE operations when ICE agents would gather from multiple offices to attempt to make dozens of arrests. Because we had a bilingual hotline dispatch team and we had trusted volunteers in multiple counties, we could dispatch volunteers quickly at all hours of the day. And when these bigger operations would happen, we created a shift schedule to proactively post volunteers in areas where we knew ICE agents gathered in advance of the operation.
There you go.
Or in immigrant neighborhoods to look out for agents on stakeouts.
Like immigration resistance, deportation resistance, not immigration resistance. There's a bit of a confusing thing that's been happening as well that I want to talk about like very briefly because it's like it's a bit confusing. There have been what people are calling anti-immigration protests in America, but what they're calling anti-immigration is actually anti-deportation protests. So I don't know who's calling them anti-immigration protests, but that term really doesn't mean what you think it means. So, if we're talking about this stuff, you got to remember it's small fries and they're doing the right thing, but language does matter.
We know of a few instances when ICE
to a degree,
abandoned their stakeout when confronted by our volunteers. But the real victory was that the idea of ICE Watch went viral. In June 2019, when ICE conducted a number of detentions in central North Carolina, we shared photos of volunteers waiting for them early in the morning. And across the state, people started sending us photos of themselves on their own stakeouts in places like Laurinburg, far from established immigrant defense groups. That was the real victory. Not that we could stop every ICE arrest, but that people were willing to take
they got meaning, Fraser.
And not let our opponents scare us into giving up our way of life.
They do have meanings.
I'm sure people who watch me have not been told that explicitly, but like you literally don't have to listen to rules. Like the pearl clutching of this all from liberals is really what upsets me the most about this, because it's like that means you haven't been really listening to us either.
Yeah,
we knew this. People think that we are overreacting or dramatic, we're harsh, we're too much, but like nobody likes the sound of a smoke alarm, right? You're not supposed to like the sound of a fucking smoke alarm. It's supposed to be loud, it's supposed to be obnoxious, it's in that high octave on purpose to alert not only you but other living beings. It's loud, it's a high octave, it's obnoxious, and it keeps going. It repeats itself until you figure out where the smoke's coming from.
Yeah.
And subdue the fire.
Real.
Right? If a smoke alarm was whispering to you in the tune of a Sade song, would you listen to it? I didn't think so. So for everybody who keeps talking about how the left, it needs to soften their messaging or whatever, like you guys actually need to grow out of your fragility. You have to speed run through your naivete, and that includes being told the cold, harsh truth. And I know it's like a cold punch, but once you do a cold punch, your body adjusts to the temperature. Your body adjusts to the temperature. So stop telling the left that we have to do different things in order for you guys to listen to us, when you guys are just using that as excuses to not listen at all and to not do anything at all. That's why people would rather say that we're cooked and I'm moving and all that stuff. For the people who are actually very scared and their lives are actually in danger, which I know there are thousands of people, if they have the means to leave, do so. But I'm talking about people who have just now discovered that America's fascist, who have been ignoring Black and Indigenous people. Even in my own experience, there's a reason why I'm a loner who mostly makes YouTubes, DJs, and hangs out with their cat all the time, because I've spent the greater part of my young adult
Hey Pitsy, how's it going?
being very vocal about politics to everyone that I know and everyone I associated with. To the point of people stopped hanging out with me. I was the subject of many a group chat being told that I am too dramatic and I make everything about politics and I'm not fun to be around. And
I'm doing okay, thanks very much, yeah.
I said it's not the time to shame people, but to help them understand. But like, I've literally been saying this for a long time. Y'all are new to me. Obviously, I'm new to YouTube, but like, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. And it's just a lot of grief and anger that people on the left, like myself, have in relation to this, because we were trying to stop this from happening.
They were
I'm like learning that Lucretia is not online. Oh, apparently they are. Aha. This account does not exist. Interesting. But they are on TikTok. So I will be following on TikTok at the very least. I mean, it just goes to show, right? You know, a lot of people who reject doomerism and actually do real life politics and real life organizing are like, they're just like they're not on social media. And, you know, I know that sounds like a bit counterintuitive from me being on Twitch and all these other platforms and stuff. But what I'm saying is that they're not brain poisoned by online nonsense. You know what I mean?
Not joking when they said being a leftist is just being right too soon. But unfortunately, it never feels like a satisfying I told you so because there's already so much loss. It just feels
Got
like
a bunch of dumplings and noodles. Nice.
And if only people paid attention to us or listened to us, we wouldn't be as far along as we are. Some lessons are only learned through experiencing themselves, you know? The thing is that people didn't think that the monster of white supremacist capitalist patriarchy would ever rear its ugly head towards them. They never fathomed it. They would hear me talk about what it's like being a working class black person who has a disability, who's queer, all these things, and they would go, oh yeah, that's so bad for you, and then go on and live their lives. But now they're gonna feel what I've been trying to explain to them, you know, and it sucks. And like I said in my post earlier this week on YouTube in the community thread, is that we're not gonna get apologies, you know? No one who said all those things to me or made me feel bad or isolated me, tried to make me feel like a bad person, all those people who damaged me and my reputation because I did things like call out rapists and racists and stand 10 toes down on my politics while other people made excuses for them.
Damn, dude, I can relate to that.
They're going through this awakening, I'm sure of it right now, but it's not like they're gonna go out of their way to find me and apologize. My ex told me that I was the most negative person he's ever met because of my politics, me being anarchist. I'm sure he saw the Zig Heil on television, and he's not gonna try to reach out to me or email me or call me and be like, oh, I'm so sorry about mistreating you because I thought that you were lost. You know, he's not gonna do that. None of these people are gonna do that, and it sucks. Because human nature, our hearts deserve that forgiveness and that apology, you know? But they're not gonna give it to us, so at the very least, I'll take it. Drop down in the thread your losses as a leftist, anarchist, Marxist, whatever you identify with, for standing up for stuff.
I just had a conversation with who I'm going to describe as an anonymous white person who works in education, who was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Elon did that on stage. And I was like, yeah. That's
definitely not all the ones that were shitting on me.
And they were like, it's because he's autistic and like lacks social skills, right? And I was like, we've both worked with autistic students before. You and I both know that's not autism. If he lacks social skills, it's probably because he's a Nepo baby who's never been told no. But the part I'd like to unpack is the need to try to find a reason. What I said to them is, the reason why you're trying to assign this action to some neurodivergence is because you have been trained to try to find a reason and to excuse away racism on behalf of white people, especially white men. That is white supremacy living on the inside of you. And that is a you thing that you need to take time to unpack here in 2025, because it's just going to keep happening. And as it keeps happening, the question is, are you going to push against it or are you going to make excuses for it? Because
baffled that people haven't heard any of the white supremacist shit that Elon's been doing for the last decade. I mean, I'm not baffled. I am not baffled. I completely understand. It makes sense to me. It's kind of one of these situations where it's like, you know, there are things that we know on the left because we spend a lot of time online. We spend a lot of time analyzing stuff. We're looking at the things he's saying. There are so many people in real life who just don't care about any of that stuff. When I was working at Allianz, you know, I was doing the training, and some of the, like, you know, fake accounts that we were like messing with in the system to learn when we were learning the job, they had names like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and stuff like that. And it's like to most people on the ground, to most working people on the ground, these are just like silly guys that like don't mean anything. They're just silly guys, and they're like, oh, whatever, he's just a silly guy. Because, you know, in the same breath they would have Elon Musk Donald Trump, they would also have like, I don't know, like random celebrity, like a random celebrity in there, you know, and like not particularly like a right wing or problematic celebrity. They just see them as celebrities in it. Like that's how this stuff works to people. And genuinely, I mean this when I say this, like the progress that we think is happening, because I was not in a workplace for like a long time, since about 2020 or 2021. You know, I was live streaming, you know, as a full-time job, live streaming and making videos, and you know, the progress that you think is being made when we are here on the internet, you go into real life and it's just not there. You know, I was having to tell my manager at Allianz that, you know, this guy in our fucking Teams chat was making people uncomfortable by saying certain things. Do you know what I mean? And he just like didn't have a clue as to why that shit would be bad. And then he was like, oh man, you should definitely like, you know, join the diversity, equality, and inclusion group, because you seem to know loads about this and you'll be a really good like asset to their team. And it's like, bro, we have a DEI team and they haven't like told you that like a guy talking like this about women is going to make people uncomfortable. What the fuck is going on there? Like, people in the real world just don't know. They just don't know this shit. Like, they don't know / they don't care / the people who suffer from it are too marginalized to, you know, have the energy to fight against it. Like, it's a bunch of stuff. It's a bunch of stuff.
At least the black folks I know, the black folks in my life, the black folks I've seen on my feed, when it happened, we were like, I mean, yeah, of course he did that. Are you shocked? I guess, but like, most of us have seen white people do some extremely out-of-pocket things behind closed doors. We just assume that they now feel emboldened with Trump to do it outside.
Like, the good news is that people are definitely getting wise to class consciousness. You know, people are figuring out that there's a lot of rich people and there's not a lot of rich people, but there's a load of poor people in it. Do you know what I mean? People are working that shit out. And people are not like obviously blatantly hateful and stuff. But yeah, there are just like a lot of these examples of like, you know, people getting away with this stuff, you know?
So we don't have.
It's not all bad, but you know, it's not as progressive as we think it may be, you know?
Expeditiously. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
And if you are continuing to push through, you're a warrior, my guy. Like I say all the time, people who say being a social justice warrior is bad, they're the op. Because what is wrong with standing up against your principles and saying, I actually believe this shit. Try me, bitch. Like, that's actually the coolest thing in the world to me. But, you know, like, this is where we are. Maybe that's where my matter-of-factness comes from. Because, like, I've experienced this grief for decades. Literal decades. I started warning people about Trump in 2014 and 2015 when he started floating the idea that he wanted to run. But I was told I was just as bad as them for bringing it up constantly. I had people who were supposed to be my so-called allies, you know what I mean? So when I see people like Elon Musk go up and do what he did and then backtrack, it makes me angry, yes, but also makes me laugh because I'm not afraid of someone who can't be willing to fully admit who they are in their fullness. When it's bigotry, bigots are never blatant about that. They want plausible deniability because they're actually more afraid than we are. This is a very crucial moment right now because if we give in to fear, that's when they win. Yes, he did a fascist thing and he's trying to instill fear in all who that threatens, which is all of us. But if he can't stand on it, he's a bitch and he's scared.
Real.
You shouldn't be scared. Why are you afraid to be an anti-fascist?
This is exactly the shit that Sophie was saying in her video. You know, fascists will like push and push and push the envelope until they get pushback, right? Once they receive pushback, they'll realize, this is the limit. We can't go any further than this, right?
Afraid of being anti-fascist. Even using America's own propaganda, I can name some cool anti-fascists. What do I need to give you guys to believe that you're on the right side of history? You're on the right side of history. If you're Antifa, you're on the right side of history. If you think that you're on the wrong side of history, propaganda is deeper in your head than you think. It's like an earworm.
You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness.
Oh yeah.
Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
They have a lot of dog whistles.
Charlo Chapo.
Because they're afraid. So everything's a club because they're afraid that once you know who they are, you'll do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk about how you should fight Nazis from skinheads and punks. At some point I'll do a long form video about what real skinheads are, because like most things, racist, white supremacists colonized a culture that was taken from Jamaicans in the 60s that migrated to Britain and integrated with working class white people in Britain.
The skinhead movement started in the 1960s and was born from working class young people identifying with other cultures, such as Jamaican immigrants. Black music is at the heart of skinhead culture.
Trojan helmet there, that's for the Trojan Records, reggae record label. I got a floral with hammers going through it because the hammers stand for working class. It's a working class subculture, isn't it? So the way I've been brought up is if I want something, I go out, work for it, and I'll get it. And that's what working class means to me. I might borrow a fiver off my mum every now and then, but that's about it.
That's where skinhead culture actually came from. It was multicultural, multinational, and it was about being working class and protecting yourself and having pride in yourself and your job and your friends and your work. It's very Marxist.
Real.
In that way, if you really think about it. Because it's like, I'm a worker, I'm a proletariat. Like, that's what true skinhead culture is.
This is a story of a 1980s multiracial skinhead gang called the Baldies. In the 1980s, the Minneapolis teenage scene was filled with punks being influenced by the skinhead scene in England. The original skinhead movement's biracial roots had brought together black and white working class with their style and music. With their Doc Martens and shaved heads, they looked cool and had anti-authoritarian beliefs. When white supremacist skinheads reached Minneapolis, the Baldies found their purpose. They would fight them, to be true to the original skinheads and to their non-white friends. They gave the white power kids ultimatums: either switch sides or get beat up. White supremacist skinheads were a problem across the country.
Hey Maria Bruja, how you doing?
They held lectures and marches, fought Nazis together, and eventually formed a group called Anti-Racist Action, or ARA. While a group of teenagers from South Minneapolis wasn't going to end white supremacy, this is a story about community. About kids who wanted to come together to fight for what they found to be unjust.
The best way to describe it is that these people are afraid of us because they know that they are outnumbered. A crowd of people can make a huge difference against someone that is a threat to all of us. My roots also in America are deeper than Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all of their supporters combined, genuinely. So there's no way in hell these people are gonna come here and try to tell me how things are supposed to go here. You don't even go here. And it's not patriotism. It's not patriotism. So I'm gonna defend it. The true idea of democracy, which is anarchism. It's important for all Americans, but this is to Black Americans specifically, to support and protect our immigrant comrades, because these idiots want to revoke the 14th Amendment also, which would strip us of citizenship too. So a threat to one of us is a threat to all of us. Anarchists always get the reputation of being annoying, right? And it's because we're an alarm system. Also, I wanted to bring up that you should ask your ex-evangelical friends like myself how to navigate some of this also. I think it's really important for people to stop trivializing people and making jokes about people on the right, because they truly believe in biblical Armageddon. They don't care that you think that they're stupid, because they think that God's gonna wipe you out and give them the earth. So what's better, being smug and right or armed and ready?
There's about a third of this country that's very hard right. Of course they love Trump.
when he left office, he had an approval rating of 34%. So he really only had those people. Why is he now like tied? Because the other part of the coalition are people who, they don't really like him that much. They just think the far left has gone so nutty on so many issues.
That's what they're being told.
I was brought up to be alt-right. You know, my father's like a more clean-cut version of Steve Bannon. And from a young age, like what I was told was that this was supposed to be a white nation and that people of color and others are being brought here and encouraged to come here in an effort to eliminate the white majority. So this idea is better known as replacement theory. Oh, it's a great replacement. Now that right there is the driving force behind the MAGA movement. And Leon doing his Yahtzee salute on Inauguration Day and Donnie pardoning the leaders of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys.
Biracial wave was the second wave, not the first one. First wave of skinheads, true OGs. True OGs were black and Jamaican and the Rude Boys. Yeah.
This will be their government.
Yeah, defo.
They're in the intimidation stage. And they
Yep, second wave, two-tone ska. Yep, that's it.
Afraid to go against
two-tone.
And the awful things that they're going to be able to justify in order to maintain their view of white dominance in this country should freak everyone the fuck out, because these people, they don't believe in all human beings having the same rights and freedoms. They'll find reasons to justify what they want to do with deportation, putting people in camps, persecution of trans people, women, and so many others. They'll justify this shit. They're already starting to, and it's like...
Yeah, he had a big stretch, didn't he?
So it's going to be up to all of us to stand up to this shit, people. Make no mistake about it, though. We are the
Real.
majority in this country. There are more people here that believe in equal rights than do not.
Yep.
And we cannot allow this minority to push their fucking agenda. Like, I know shit's all fucked up right now, but we have to stay focused. And we have to stay pissed off, and we have to stay resilient. Like, this
Real.
is not over. It's just the fucking beginning. And we have to push back every step of the fucking way, and anywhere we can, and keep bringing to light all the shit that they're doing and what their real agenda is. Like, they will go as far as we allow, all right? Civil disobedience is the way. You see an ICE raid coming, you fucking holler Amigra. Somebody asks you if you saw something, no, you fucking didn't. Like, we have to take care of each other, and every act that we do of resistance is important. None of that is futile. So, we have to tell them that we're not going to tolerate this shit. Fuck these fascists. Do not be afraid, and do not fucking comply.
Real.
White liberals and lefties also aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but everyone saying we're cooked on day one have been putting the pain and suffering of people of color obviously on a pedestal. For some reason,
yeah.
You think that we can survive fascism, like black people, indigenous people, people of color, marginalized people, disabled people, everybody I'm forgetting. Do you think we're superhuman or subhuman? Like, I don't like pain.
Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how you doing?
You know, I was
be like John Connor's friend in Terminator 2.
As a leftist, and like I said, drop below. I'll hold space for you. Every time I talk to people about what I've been through, they'd be like, "You're so strong. What other choice do I have? It's not strength that I have. It's either live or die. Like, living is resistance." What's not clicking, Steven? Like, you think that black people are superhuman? You think Palestinians are superhuman? Because Palestinian people have even less than we do, and they resisted. They defeated an entire army with the support of the Western world behind them. They experienced unfathomable sorrow, but they're still there.
That's right.
وانت بتتقوى علينا بالآليات وبالجرافات وبالدبابات والصواريخ، نحن نتقوى عليكم بحروف الله وكلمات. صدق الله.
Hell yeah.
انتصرنا هيك عملنا هيك.
That's the real shit. That's the real shit right there.
I feel like this is truly white chauvinism and learned helplessness. The idea that white people are better. So, like, you can't handle it because, like, you deserve better than with this.
Yep.
So, like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give up. Like, it's not easy. Nothing worth working for is easy. It's not something we are built for over you. We just have no choice but to resist. For instance, like, you have no reps right now in the resistance at all, and you think you can lift 500 pounds, and then you're like, oh, I can't do it. Well, yeah, because you're sorry, 500 pounds. You don't even
That's a great way of putting it.
Try to max your PR, see what you even can handle. No one thinks this is easy. Every activist feels exactly what you feel.
Jim Bro's leaking out, but stick with me here.
They struggle with community. They struggle struggle with jobs, you're not the first or the last one, because it's not easy to go against fascism. They built it that way on purpose. We've been saying this for a while. But because we believe in our message, it's worth the pain and the fight. The more like-minded people you find, the less the pain will affect you. Straight up. It's not that the pain hurts less, it's that you become more resilient. You become more resilient. I believe that the liberation of all people is actually worth it. Do you think it's worth it? Do you really believe that? Everybody wants to be Malcolm X, but nobody wants to be on the podium. Do you really think we can just handle this better than you as people of color, as disabled people, as sex workers, as marginalized people? Do you really think that? No, we don't know how to handle it better. We just learned how to adopt. Palestinians have been resisting in genocide, some of them till their last breath, with sticks and rocks in their hand. We still have rights. We still have the internet. We still have the ability.
Hey, Crystal 40, how you doing? Hey, Risk Converse.
On day one, whatever happened to give me liberty or give me death? Is that just a slogan to y'all?
A lot of non-marginalized people will say, we will survive fascism, when they mean, I will survive fascism, and don't understand how it affects you differently. Yeah, that's true as well.
Their chest there.
That's true as well.
The reason why there's so many people being horrified at this, that they were duped, is because of the double speak, because they are scared. Anybody who is not scared will speak clearly and with intention, but Donald Trump and all his sycophants are liars. They have to make up that it's a heart gesture or something else. I'm not ashamed of being an anarchist because there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing wrong with believing in the equality of all humans and the liberation for all.
That's right.
There's nothing wrong with being anti-fascist, because fascism means death of so many people. They're ashamed because they're Nazis. There's no debate on that.
That's what it is.
So why are you cowering in fear? Why are you the one who feels insecure? Are you listening? Are you paying attention? It's because the real truth of it is that communication works in many ways. It's about what you say, but also what you don't say. So when they don't say the truth, they're admitting that they're afraid. And when you say we're cooked, you're saying that you're okay with the status quo. Are you? No? Then stop saying it.
Yeah.
You're also showing that you're a potential danger. Like I said before, you're a potential threat to me, yourself. And
someone else said it in the chat earlier. You know? Someone said this exact same thing in the chat earlier. If you say that you're a doomer, you're basically saying, I am fucking not safe around you, innit? I am not safe around you because you don't want to fight for me, with me, you know?
Your community. When you give into nihilism. Nihilism means nothing matters anymore. And if you end on that instead of nothing matters so I can do whatever I want or I can believe in myself, you're missing the plot. When times are really dire, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right, Maria. Yeah, 100%.
Because we're cooked. I don't have to go.
Nazis listening to like genres of music that were created by black people. Yeah. Yeah. They won't listen to them bagpipes.
I'd rather be depressed and self-indulging, and I'm gonna be honest, because that's what it is, than try anything at all and fail. And you have to get over that and get over yourself and your own ego. And this is big sibling coming here. 33. Get over yourself.
The dudes get into philosophy and immediately jump to nihilism, confused why they still feel bad. Bro, go to something functional. Ludwig von Wittgenstein. Crazy name, right? Check me out. It's about communication. It'll probably help your life get a lot better when you understand how to talk to people and how people communicate rather than trying to cosplay Kratos from God of War.
If you can't get over this, and I know this is not something you may not want to hear, but then you shouldn't organize with us. You're not ready. You're not ready to be in the field. And it's okay for you to be honest about that. Because people who aren't principled are a safety issue. And that's straight up, especially when things start ramping up like it is now. So how do you become more principled? By becoming more confident in yourself, your beliefs, and the work that you do with your community. And how do you do that? With action. And how do you do that? With revolutionary optimism. Revolutionary optimism is unrelenting hope. I truly believe nihilism is white supremacy. It just is. It's chauvinistic in thought. You're saying that your reality is the only valid reality that there is. That there is no one smarter than you, no one more capable than you to help, and that your ideals are the most important. So when you say we're cooked and there's no hope left, you got it all figured out, Sherlock, so we should just hang it up. There's no reason
yeah,
for me
everyone
to
should
be
just
on
give
the
up and
streets
go
or on
home.
YouTube or anything.
Oh, well, come on, Teletubby. Teleport us to Mars.
Because you said we're cooked, though. Because if we're cooked, that means no one's smarter than you to fix it, you know? You're saying that to feel better, and that's it. It doesn't even help you long term to feel that or say that out loud. It's like eating fast food. You feel satiated in the moment when you eat your Happy Meal and when you fall into your doomerism, but then you have no nutrition. You're still hungry for a community, support, care. You still don't feel better after saying it.
Nihilism is white supremacy, hot take. I mean, she's right if you're just talking about like standard nihilism. Like I agree. I actually agree. But like if you're talking about like nihilism that is, you know, the absurdist nihilism, which is like nothing matters and therefore I should do everything I can to help the revolution happen. That's different, right? Different bits of nihilism, yeah.
Positively about the systems that you say you support. You're feeding your own seeds of doubt into yourself. When you sow bad seeds into your psyche, you're promoting your own crop failure. The ideals you want to help continue making a reality can exist. So what do you really believe in, and what side are you on? And
I can't remember what they're called because I'm not like a philosophy guy, so I can't remember like what the ins and outs are like of like. It's like anarcho-nihilism or like absurdist nihilism or whatever. I don't fucking know, man.
When I say you gotta pick soon.
Weird how many philosophy people manage to completely avoid Marx and materialism. Yeah, they love to do that. They love to do that.
It's not only
They love to do that.
inevitable. It is a mindset rooted in emphasizing the potential for progress through collective action, resilience, and the belief in humanity's capacity.
Yeah, Maria, Sophie wasn't talking about anything that you said.
Begin to realize
She wasn't responding to you.
optimism is not a mood or a feeling. It is a practice. It's a discipline, like going to
Positive nihilism, that's right, yeah.
It embodies a conviction that history moves
It was something Lucretia said in the video.
justice, equality, and freedom can prevail over oppression, exploitation.
Skip nihilism, go straight to absurdism. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
Farmers still tend to their crops when the seeds are in the ground. You will feel more confident in your beliefs and in the progress that you make the more you do to participate in it yourself.
Yeah.
With what you say, with what you do, how you spend your money, how you choose your time. There is a commitment to collective action. It reflects a faith in the power of solidarity and mass mobilization to dismantle oppressive systems and build alternatives. Revolutionary optimism immediately disarms nihilism and doomerism because doomerism relies on the white supremacist culture notion of individuality. With revolutionary optimism, you recognize that it's not just you fighting this, okay? Not just you, not just your corner of the internet, not just your favorite leftist YouTuber, not just your favorite organization or your favorite politician. It is all of
Yeah, whiteness itself is a death cult. Yeah, real.
An activist group hung a trash-filled effigy of Elon Musk upside down on a gate.
Become Sisyphus.
Piazza del Loreto, where
We must imagine Sisyphus is buzzing.
45.
Sisyphus is having a brat summer.
There's always room in Piazza del Loreto, Elon.
And no, it's not naivete to believe that. Being cynical and nihilistic does not make you the smartest person in the room. It just makes you the one who's conditioned into white supremacy the most. You're the one who needs to be gentle with themselves and unlearning, but you have to be aggressive with battling the cop in your own head, because you can't have a hope amid struggle. Which is why I'm like, the people who are saying we're cooked the most are people who haven't really experienced anything. They haven't really gone through anything, which is why they're freaking out. And I'm not saying this to make light of what we're up against. My ancestors have been here since before
Gramsci mentioned, yep.
independence. They had way less resources than me. Some of my ancestors didn't even read, but I'm here. That means they survived. Clock in. Revolutionary optimism does
Clock
not
in, lock in.
or the likelihood of setbacks. Instead, it acknowledges the difficulties of system.
Yeah, we gotta be Sisyphus, we gotta be balling.
As a driving force. Things are hard. Things were always hard. Welcome to this reality if you were unaware. Yes, Elon did the thing. Yes, Trump is doing all these things. But what can we do right now? Being frozen in your fear or disbelief is quite literally how they advance. They're counting on you to be stuck in the freeze response. And even better, they want you to become the fawn response. So no, don't read The Art of War to manipulate your girlfriend, but maybe watch a few military videos and tactic videos to understand where these people are coming from. The very first video I made that went viral was about how America was descending into fascism, and I made the joke about how the History Channel has all these Nazi videos, and like if you pay attention to that, you'll see what they're gonna do next.
Yeah.
You'll see what they're planning, and then we can also build counter resistance towards that. It
Yeah.
involves imagining new possibilities and systems that are more just, equitable, and sustainable.
So based.
Revolutionary optimism, because this vision fuels the revolutionaries' persistence in working toward a world that does not yet exist. So you have to use your imagination again. If you immediately think there is no solution, that we're cooked, that everything is doomed, you have to pause and realize that you have lost your imagination completely. Mourn that part of yourself, because the little kid in you is bored as shit. You don't have to start with something big to bring it back either. Just start believing in possibilities beyond yourself. Even if you can't believe it for yourself, believe it for someone else, and your imagination will continue to grow. Tapping into creativity is actually anti-fascist. Nihilism requires a hero or a savior, which is why people dive into it, because there is no one savior ever gonna come. Revolutionary optimism empowers you to have your own agency. We the people have the power to act and make meaningful change. It is a rejection of fatalism or resignation to the status quo. Even when faced with failure,
Yeah, real Maria.
revolutionary optimism remains a source of inspiration to continue.
We were talking about this before. Prince in the chat was saying that like Israeli culture is so fucked, and it's the same for, like, you were talking about it earlier, like European colonizers basically have no culture. It's all this like horrific. It's a bastardization of culture. It's like this fake culture that doesn't really come from the land and the people of the land, and the struggles that are associated with, surviving and living on that land and being that people, etc. It comes from, the top. It comes from the head of the states, the state apparatus. Israeli culture is so fucked because there is no culture, right? It's all stolen stuff. It's all mixed up and wrong. It's unnatural. It's the same for, like, I was talking about US culture, like, colonizers, white people, like, specifically, like, if we're gonna be very specific, conservative people in America, and the culture that, like, the US state wants people to have is just so dead because it's on stolen land, innit? You know what I mean? It's a culture that's grown from a colonizer state.
The struggle,
and that's unnatural.
Focusing on the lessons learned and the possibilities for future victories. There is resilience in so-called defeat because the war isn't over. If you believe in the commitment to justice, you know that it's never just one president.
I'm just gonna remember what the phrase I'm thinking of is. It applies to Palestine, applies to victims of global heating, involves not having time to regroup or recover between being hit by crises.
Inevitably lead to a classless society, and he believed in it so much he wrote about it, and we are still referencing this man today. If he gave into doomerism, we would not have Marxism. Rosa Luxemburg expressed revolutionary optimism by believing in the transformative power of mass movements and the necessity of democratic participation in revolution. And even when she was imprisoned, she remained hopeful. Frantz Fanon highlighted the psychological and social liberation that comes through struggle against colonialism, rooted in a belief in the
culture that is as artificial as the lawns. Yeah.
And that man was a pessimist. He still
things have always been horrible, real. Yep. It's always been fascist. Everyone in the global south knows that. Spot on. Yeah.
If you need a refresher on the difference between nihilism and pessimism, watch my Triple Threat of Black Thought video. Emma Goldman may not be traditionally associated with revolutionary optimism in the sense of unrelenting hope, but her views often emphasize the harsh realities of struggle and the need to be constantly vigilant. She believed in the power of the individual and the collective to resist tyranny and create alternatives to authoritarian systems. Her optimism was never naive, but it was grounded in action and in courage, as well as a willingness to critique even those movements she supported if they strayed away from her own principles. She famously said the most violent element in society is ignorance.
Yeah.
That statement highlights the belief in the transformative power of knowledge and education as tools for revolution. Her vision can be seen as revolutionary optimism because she had a commitment to joy and the richness of human life.
Yeah, it makes so much sense when, like, people say that, like, I'd prefer my oppressor to just be honest about it, like, because then at least where they're coming from, and everybody knows where they're coming from. the Democrats for like the last 4 years have just been this like disgusting lie. Like I've said it so many times over the last 4 years. You know, Joe Biden just makes me sick. Like his entire administration make me sick. You know, this like fake ass. You know, it's just words, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, we care about trans people. Yeah, we care about the struggle of trans people. We care about the struggle of immigrants and stuff. And it's like, yeah, well, do something, right? You know, actually do something.
Should be joyless and devoid of beauty, fun, romance, famously quipping, if I can't dance, I don't want to be a part of your revolution. This form of revolutionary optimism is rooted in the conviction that liberation must include not only political and economic freedom, but also the freedom to experience pleasure, art, and the full spectrum of human emotion. So feel your feelings, but do not stay there if they're negative. While she faced insane hardships, including imprisonment, exile, and constant persecution for her ideas, Goldman's enduring belief in the potential for a better world demonstrates revolutionary optimism. Peter Kropotkin, one of my favorite theorists, was deeply
biggest class traitor of all time.
While everybody around him was a fucking doomer. He believed in humanity's ability to cooperate and create a just society. He wrote an entire book about it.
The world would simply not exist without cooperation. It just wouldn't happen. The world as we know it, I should say, the human world and society, right? Like, in order to build a building, you have to have a bunch of people working together, right? Whether that building stands for evil or good, whatever. And so the mere fact that buildings stand means that cooperation is good and it works, and humans are like built to work together. Obviously, there is also the longevity of said buildings affecting just how much humanity is involved in the process. Of course, that comes down to materials and stuff like that. That's where neoliberalism comes in to co-opt cooperation and therefore bastardize it for its own goals, right? This is simply it. Hey Morrigan, how's it going? Good to see you.
And did research on animals about it, called mutual aid. It directly challenges the notion of survival of the fittest and Darwinism, that competition is the driving force of human and natural progress. He always argued that cooperation and solidarity are fundamental to survival and flourishing. If he didn't believe that, he would have been a Darwinist like the rest of the scientists in his era. The Zapatistas are an indigenous-led movement in Mexico, and they embody revolutionary optimism by combining direct action with a hopeful vision of autonomy and self-governance.
I mean, I would also argue that like the Zapatistas are evidence that a revolution works, because in the Chiapas region, the Zapatistas literally were like, they literally rose up and like they have autonomy and self-governance. Like they have that.
Building caracoles, which are self-governed communities, demonstrates the anarchist belief that a better world can be created here and now, even within the structures of oppression. If they didn't believe in the possibility of a future, they wouldn't waste their time doing it. It is vital to counterpoint cynicism and despair. This is my job right now. That's why I'm yelling. I'm yelling at you. I have to be here to remind people that meaningful change is possible.
It is.
Even in the face of
it's not just possible, it's happened many times.
I'm an atheist, but
even within a lot of our lifetimes.
Goliath, Jonah and the whale. Negativity is as important as detecting
Wait, what was that? Rocky Balboa, Frodo and him. Frodo and all them.
And the whale. Negativity is as important
Frodo and all them.
as detecting carbon monoxide, and I'm so serious with that because negativity travels like a poison and kills us all.
Humans are communal creatures. We need each other for our physical and mental health. Fascists lie about this while depending on the power of the masses to do their evil. Yeah.
But instead of that, I'll teach you about anarchist calcium.
It is about adapting to survive. Yeah, that's right. It's not survival of the fittest. You have to become the fittest to survive.
Book 2 Cheers for Anarchism. It describes small acts of everyday disobedience or resistance to authority.
Ensign shit. Yeah.
Or preparation for larger acts of rebellion. Just as
change wasn't possible. Why are you feeling doomed by what your enemies are doing? The enemies are changing things, right? This is it.
Resistance, autonomy, and nonconformity within individuals in their community.
Lord of the Rings. The all of them are the ring.
How minor,
literally all of them.
Defiance, such as jaywalking, or ignoring arbitrary rules. hop in the turnstile, or bending minor regulations. Can
Yeah,
serve as a form
petition,
of training for
petition
individuals
signed,
to challenge
rename Lord of the Rings to that.
Small acts foster critical thinking, self-reliance, and the courage to act independently, even in the face of societal or institutional norms. Anarchist calisthenics aren't about being reckless or irresponsible.
I mean, you know, she's right though. Like, I was genuinely, the reason it made me laugh was not just like Frodo and them. Like, that is funny, but I was literally thinking about it the other day. Like, you know, it is a story of rejecting doomerism and not giving up. Like, that is what it is, isn't it? Like Lord of the Rings, like essentially, like a lot of the time, the resistance, as it were, like, you know, Gondor, Rohan, all that, like they're all fighting, hopefully in the knowledge that like Frodo's actually going to get there, deliver that payload into the Mount Dussy, you know what I mean? And they don't even know if he's gonna be there. And they charge the front gates of Mordor, innit? You know what I mean? They do that shit.
About questioning the legitimacy of rules and the systems around.
Humans are hypersocial animals. Our entire evolutionary behaves. Yeah, it depends. It's about cooperation. Absolutely. Yeah.
Tools to resist oppressive systems by creating a habit of skepticism towards authority and a readiness.
I was thinking about that literally yesterday.
You already like
some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for.
Was this week. He did civil disobedience, which is a form of anarchist calisthenics. Civil disobedience leads you to refuse to comply with unjust laws or regulations, such as protesting discrimination or boycotting unethical businesses. Resistance is every day. Engaging in minor forms of
that's
rebellion,
right.
like refusing to tiptoe through overly bureaucratic processes, such as unnecessarily complex form or excessive.
I think we could chew gum and walk, Maria. I think we could criticize Tolkien's, you know, obvious white supremacist writing, and also pull some good things from his writings as well.
We're like, what do I do? They're like, I don't know who to trust to tell me what to do. And it's like, you don't need anybody to tell you what to do. We can have solidarity in our action. You can learn from other people, but you don't need a boss. We're so conditioned to think we need somebody to give us our liberation that we're not going to get it because we're waiting for somebody to tell us to go get it. Challenging societal expectations in ways that may seem small but have broader implications, like going against gender norms or supporting marginalized voices in public spaces matter. So yeah, even small actions count. So speaking up when that dude's being racist at the barista, or being the annoying person at brunch when your dad does a fucked up joke about Muslims. Wear a Palestine pin at your job.
Hell yeah.
Antifa pin at your job. Get nuts. This shit does not matter anymore. They showed you it doesn't matter anymore. Anarchist calisthenics serve as a reminder that resistance doesn't always start with grand revolution.
Yeah, real.
Everyday decisions to question authority and practice autonomy. These small actions can accumulate in larger movements when individuals and communities are prepared to take collective action. Over time, these practices can erode the power of unjust systems and inspire change, actual change. So live your values now, rather than
you could just go do stuff. You don't need to get a boss to tell you to do anything.
Authority figure. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in authority. Someone in my comments, I forget who now, said Americans are always looking for a Caesar, and it's true, but the revolution will be more like I am Spartacus. The real danger to freedom isn't rebellion or disorder, but it's blind obedience to authority and the uncritical acceptance of rules. So many people are just like, oh, this is just what we have to do now. And that's why we don't like liberalism, because look how the liberals conceded to the so-called fascists that's going to ruin our democracy.
Yeah, Defo Crystal.
You have uncritical acceptance of the rules, and the fascists are not following rules, so why are you following rules? The folding under pressure, fear and doubt, and doomerism are the real threats to our democracy. By practicing anarchist calisthenics, people cultivate a healthy skepticism and a readiness to resist when confronting with injustice. It's both a critique of state power and a practical guide for building a society based on cooperation and mutual respect. Because we are bigger than the worst parts of your imagination.
Yeah, I am Spartacus behavior, yeah. Yeah, that was fucking dope. Yeah, subscribe to Lucretia. Absolute legendary shit. First video of hers that I've watched. Yeah, absolutely based. Really, really good shit. To all the people who are... How can you be upset with her tone? To all the people who are upset with my tone in the video? Bro. It's giving racism, you know what I mean? It's given racism. I think her video was pretty much perfect, you know? I think it was spot on, and I think we need far more content like that. IMHO. Here's a reminder. Go like, comment, subscribe. Help out our leftist YouTube family. Our comrades. And I am sorry that it wasn't a full-length stream today. Yeah, if a white creator said all that, there'd be no tone policing. I mean, let's face it, right? Let's face it, yeah? I made a video saying pretty much like a lot of the same things that she was saying just there. She had like a few extra bits to put in there that were like really, really good, right? You know, it's like, you know, I didn't get any comments like that. And why is that, you know? Why is that? Okay, right, so thanks to the streaming optimism and little Tom. Yeah, I birthed him. That's my actual child. Chat, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. I've been streaming for 4 hours nonetheless, so please consider sending me some dough. Please consider sending me a Patreon subscription. Whatever you fancy. I promise I'll get the alerts done, fixed by the next stream, which will be on Wednesday. Wednesday, do not forget, it is Trash Bingus. It's the first Trash Bingus since I've been back. I'm really looking forward to it. Really excited to play some garbage games and give away some good ones. So hopefully I will see you there, 12 p.m. UK time. And I don't know what time that is in other time zones, but yeah, it'll be roughly about, you know, a few hours before this. 4 hours, 5 hours before this. That's right, it's Trash, it's coming back. Okay, so let us find someone to raid on Twitch. I believe Sean is live doing a Palestine fundraiser. I might be right. So extra thanks to people who chose to watch me instead of him. Is he live still? I don't think he's live still. Oh no, he is. Yeah, he's still live. Yeah. Thank you so much for you know, being here. Really, really appreciate it. I'll drop a link to Sean's stream in the YouTube chat, so you can all go and watch him. You can click on the link from there, innit? Great stream as always. Thank you for being here. Honestly, it's great to see so many people here, like, back. You know, after my long absence. Really appreciate that. Really, really, really appreciate that. Can we get Timothy Plus to make an appearance? Timothy Plus? Wait, what? What do you mean? Do you mean Tom? Don't know who Timothy Plus is. Unless I've completely forgotten something interesting. Anyway, yes, I will be back. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the donos today. Thank you for just hanging out. Is that a new subscription plan? I'm getting so confused. Anyway, gang, I will see you on Wednesday. Have an excellent one. Peace, 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 peace.